In a very quiet time, long before any light could come from a switch on a wall, the world moved slowly. There was no sudden brightness in the night, no soft glow from a distant screen, no gentle hum of machines in the background. The darkness, when it came, was complete and natural. It arrived like a soft blanket, covering the land, the homes, and the quiet thoughts of the people who lived there. If you imagine yourself there now, you might begin to feel how different everything was. The air feels still. The sky stretches wide above you, untouched by artificial light. The stars are clearer than anything most people ever see today. They shine quietly, like distant lanterns placed carefully across the night. People lived by these rhythms. They woke when the light of the sun slowly entered their homes, not through glass windows glowing with electric light, but through small openings, through wooden shutters, through simple cloth curtains that moved gently with the breeze. Morning did not begin with alarms. It began with sound, soft, natural sounds. The quiet rustle of wind moving through trees, the distant call of birds rising one by one as if they were gently waking the world. Sometimes the sound of animals shifting in a nearby field, sometimes the faint crackle of a fire that had been kept alive through the night. Inside the home, everything was simple. The floors might be made of packed earth or rough wood. The walls could be stone, clay, or timber. There were no wires hidden behind them, no switches, no outlets, only the textures of natural materials shaped slowly by human hands. Light in those early hours was precious. When the sun rose, it was not just a new day, it was the return of visibility, of warmth, of life moving again. People depended on it completely. Without it, even the simplest tasks became difficult. So the morning light was welcomed quietly. A person might step outside, feeling the cool ground beneath their feet. The air would still carry the softness of night. There might be dew resting on grass, tiny drops reflecting the early light. There was no rush. The day unfolded slowly, just as the light did. Without electricity, every part of life followed the natural flow of time. There was no way to extend the day far into the night with bright, steady light. Instead, people shaped their lives around the sun. Work began early. In farming communities, which were most common for much of human history, people would move into the fields soon after sunrise. The light was gentle then, not too harsh, not too warm. It was the best time to begin. Tools were simple. A wooden handle, a metal blade, sometimes shaped by a local blacksmith. Each tool carried signs of use, small marks, smooth edges where hands had held them again and again. There was no sound of engines, only the quiet rhythm of movement, a shovel pressing into soil, the soft tearing sound as plants were pulled from the ground, the steady, repeated motion of hands working carefully, patiently. Sometimes there would be conversation, but even that was soft. Voices carried differently without machines, without constant background noise. Even a quiet voice could travel far, so people spoke gently, often pausing, letting silence exist between words. And silence was never empty. It was filled with small sounds. Wind moving across open land, leaves shifting, the distant sound of water if a stream or river was nearby. Birds calling, sometimes in short bursts, sometimes in long, flowing patterns. As the sun rose higher, the warmth increased. The day would become brighter, fuller. Inside the home, someone might be preparing food. Cooking without electricity was a slow, thoughtful process. It required attention, patience, and care. Fire was central to everything. A small fire, built carefully, fed with wood gathered earlier,
The smell of smoke would gently fill the space, settling into walls, into clothing, into memory. Food cooked slowly. A pot might sit above the fire, suspended or balanced on stones. Inside, simple ingredients, grains, vegetables, maybe small pieces of meat, would soften over time. There was no timer, no precise measurement, only experience, only watching, listening, and waiting. A person might stir the pot slowly, feeling the warmth rise, hearing the quiet bubbling sound as the food changed. The process itself was calming, repetitive, gentle. Water had to be collected. There was no tap to turn. Someone would walk, often a short distance, sometimes farther, carrying a container to a well, a stream, or a river. The path would be familiar, walked many times before, each step known, each turn expected. The container would fill slowly. The water would reflect the sky, the movement of clouds, the passing of time. Then the careful walk back, balancing the weight, moving steadily, not rushing. Back at the home, the water would be used carefully. Nothing was wasted. Every drop mattered. As the day continued, work and rest would move together in a natural rhythm. There were pauses, moments to sit in the shade, moments to breathe, to watch the movement of light as it shifted across the ground. Without electricity, there were no constant interruptions, no sudden alerts, no endless stream of information, only the present moment. And in that moment, time felt different, slower, wider, more open. As afternoon approached, the light began to soften again. Shadows grew longer. The intense brightness of midday slowly eased into something more gentle. People would begin to return home. The work of the day, though not always easy, had a clear ending. When the light faded, so did the ability to continue. Inside the home, preparations for the evening would begin. Again, fire was important. A flame would be lit or strengthened, not just for cooking, but for light. Firelight was very different from electric light. It moved. It flickered softly, casting shadows that danced along the walls. The brightness was warm, not sharp. It did not fill every corner. Instead, it created small spaces of light, surrounded by gentle darkness. People would gather close to it. Sitting near the fire brought warmth, comfort, and a sense of togetherness. Faces would glow softly in the light. Movements would be slower, quieter. Evening meals were simple, shared quietly. There might be conversation, or there might be long stretches of silence, filled only with the sound of the fire and the occasional movement of utensils. After the meal, there was little reason to stay awake for long. Without strong light, the body naturally followed the fading of the day. Eyes would grow heavy, movements would slow even more. Some homes used candles or oil lamps. These gave a small, steady light, but they required care. Oil had to be measured. Candles would burn down over time. Light was limited, and so it was used carefully. A person might sit for a while, perhaps mending clothing, perhaps simply resting. The small flame nearby would flicker gently, creating a quiet, peaceful space. Outside, the night had fully arrived, and the darkness, once again, was complete. There were no glowing cities in the distance, no electric lines stretching across the land, only the natural night, deep and wide. The stars seemed closer. The air felt cooler. Sounds changed. Daytime noises faded away, replaced by softer, more subtle ones. The distant call of nocturnal animals, the gentle movement of wind through branches. Eventually, people would lie down to sleep. Beds were simple, sometimes made of wood, sometimes just a raised surface with blankets or straw for softness. There was no artificial noise to fill the room, no distant hum, only silence or near silence. And in that quiet, sleep came naturally, slowly, peacefully. The body, guided by the rhythm of light and darkness, knew exactly when to rest. And so the cycle would begin again. Another day shaped entirely by the sun. Another day lived without electricity.
As the days continued, one after another, the rhythm of life remained steady and familiar. There was comfort in that rhythm. Nothing changed suddenly. Nothing arrived all at once. Life moved in slow layers, like the gradual shifting of light across a quiet field. In places where winters came, the experience of living without electricity became even more noticeable. When the colder months arrived, the days grew shorter. The sun rose later in the morning and disappeared earlier in the afternoon. The light that people depended on became limited, almost fragile. Morning would begin in darkness. Not complete darkness, but a deep, soft dimness. The sky would slowly lighten, but the process took time. People often woke before the sun fully appeared, guided by habit rather than light. Inside the home, the air felt cooler. The warmth from the previous evening's fire had faded, leaving behind a quiet chill. Someone would carefully begin the process of rebuilding the fire. Small pieces of wood would be placed together, arranged with care, sometimes over glowing embers that had been protected through the night. The first flame of the day was always important. It brought warmth back into the space. It created a small circle of light in the dim morning. It marked the true beginning of activity. Hands would move slowly at first, adjusting to the cold. Breath might be visible in the air. Clothing was layered, often made from materials like wool or thick fabric, designed to hold in warmth. These clothes were not simply chosen for style, but for survival, for comfort against the cold. Outside, the landscape had changed. The ground might be hard, sometimes covered in frost. Trees stood still, their branches quiet and bare. The air felt sharper, carrying fewer sounds, but making each one clearer. Footsteps on frozen ground had a distinct sound, a gentle crunch, a steady, repeating rhythm as someone walked slowly across the land. Without electricity, heating an entire home evenly was not possible. Warmth stayed close to the fire. The farther you moved from it, the cooler the air became. So people gathered near warmth. Daily life adjusted. Work that could be done indoors was preferred. Tasks like mending clothes, preparing food, shaping tools, or working with simple materials filled the shorter days. Light was always a consideration. Windows, if they existed, were used carefully to bring in as much daylight as possible. People arranged their activities around the available light, sitting near openings, turning their bodies to face the brightness. Even small shadows mattered. A shadow could make a task more difficult. It could hide details, make fine work harder. So people learned to use light wisely, moving with it, following it as it shifted throughout the day. In the afternoon, the fading light arrived sooner than expected. The sky would begin to soften, colors changing gently. The brightness that filled the land just hours before would slowly retreat, leaving behind longer shadows and a quiet sense of closure. Evening in winter felt longer. There were more hours of darkness, more time spent near the fire. The small flame became the center of life once again. Stories were often shared in these moments. Not loud or dramatic stories, but calm, familiar ones. Stories passed down over time, repeated gently, sometimes changing slightly with each telling. The voice of the storyteller would be steady. The listeners would sit quietly, their faces lit by the flickering fire. The movement of the flame would reflect in their eyes, creating a soft, shifting glow. Outside, the cold deepened. The night air became still, and the silence felt heavier, thicker, almost as if it rested gently on the land. Sleep during these long nights came naturally. The darkness encouraged rest. The body, once again, followed the rhythm of light and absence of light without resistance. In warmer regions, life without electricity had a different feeling. The days were longer, the sunlight more intense. Morning began early, sometimes even before the sun fully rose, as people prepared to make use of the cooler hours. The air at that time was softer, easier to move through. As the sun climbed higher, the heat increased. Work would often slow or pause during the hottest part of the day. People would seek shade, resting under trees, inside simple structures, or wherever relief could be found. The absence of electric cooling meant that the body adapted naturally. Clothing was lighter, movements were slower. There was no need to rush, no pressure to maintain constant activity. The environment guided behavior, gently shaping each decision. Water played an important role, not just for drinking, but for cooling, for washing, for comfort. The act of washing, even with a small amount of water, brought relief. It was done slowly, with care, often becoming a quiet moment of calm in the middle of the day. In the evening, as the heat began to fade, life became active again. People would return to tasks, to conversations, to shared moments. The air would cool gradually, making movement easier, more comfortable. Sunset in these places was often a slow and beautiful transition. The sky would shift through soft colors. The light would spread gently across the horizon, and then, without sudden change, it would fade into night. Without electricity, night in warmer regions could feel alive, not with artificial noise, but with natural sounds. Insects would begin their steady rhythms. The air might carry distant animal calls. Leaves would move gently in the breeze. These sounds were constant, but never overwhelming. They created a kind of background presence, a steady layer of life that continued even as human activity slowed. Inside homes, the same patterns appeared. Firelight, or the soft glow of an oil lamp, created small areas of visibility. People gathered close, speaking quietly, or simply sitting together. The simplicity of the moment was enough. There was no need for constant stimulation, no need for brightness or distraction. The mind, without interruption, settled naturally. Thoughts slowed, breathing became steady, and sleep once again arrived without effort. Across different parts of the world, despite differences in climate or landscape, one thing remained the same. Life without electricity followed the natural world. Light and darkness were not controlled, they were accepted. Time was not measured in exact numbers, but in feelings. Morning felt like a beginning, afternoon felt full, evening felt like a gentle closing, and night felt like rest. Even tasks that might seem difficult today were simply part of daily life then. Washing clothes, for example, was a slow and physical process. Water had to be gathered. Clothes were scrubbed by hand, often against rough surfaces, using simple soaps made from natural materials. Each movement required effort, but also created a rhythm. Scrub, rinse, repeat. The sound of water moving, the feeling of fabric changing under the hands. It was not rushed. There was no machine to speed it up. Only time, only patience. Food preparation, too, required waiting. Grains needed time to cook. Meat needed time to soften. Even gathering ingredients could take time, depending on what was available
what needed to be found, what needed to be grown. Nothing was instant, and because of that, people experienced each step fully. The process mattered as much as the result. As night deepened once again, the same quiet patterns returned. The flame grew smaller, voices faded, movements slowed, and one by one, people rested. The world without electricity did not stop, but it became softer, quieter, more still. And in that stillness, life continued, gently and steadily, just as it always had.
As time moved forward in its quiet and steady way, small settlements slowly grew into larger communities. Paths that were once soft trails in the earth became more defined. Homes gathered closer together. Voices, though still gentle, became more frequent as people lived side by side. And yet, even in these growing places, the absence of electricity remained deeply felt. Light was still something that had to be created with care. In many homes, candles became a common source of light. These candles were not perfect or long-lasting. They were made from simple materials, often from animal fat or beeswax. Their shapes were uneven, their surfaces slightly rough. When lit, they gave a small, steady glow. The flame was calm, but never completely still. It moved gently with the air, responding to even the smallest motion in the room. Shadows formed and shifted along the walls, stretching and shrinking in quiet patterns. People learned to live within this limited light. Activities in the evening were chosen carefully. Tasks that required fine detail were often left for daylight. The night was not a time for endless productivity. It was a time for slowing down. In some places, oil lamps were used. These lamps held a small amount of oil, sometimes from plants, sometimes from animals. A simple wick would draw the oil upward, feeding the flame. The light was slightly brighter than a candle, but it still required attention. The oil needed to be refilled. The wick needed to be adjusted. The flame needed to be watched. Nothing was automatic. And so even light required presence. In early towns, as more people lived together, the night held a different feeling. There were more sounds, not loud or overwhelming, but noticeable. Footsteps passing along narrow paths, doors opening and closing, the distant murmur of quiet conversation, sometimes the soft clatter of tools being put away for the night. In certain places, there were individuals who stayed awake while others slept, night guards. They moved slowly through the streets, carrying a lantern or torch. Their job was simple but important: to watch, to listen, to remain aware. Their presence added a sense of quiet protection. The light they carried moved with them, a small circle of brightness traveling through the darkness. As they walked, the light would briefly touch the edges of buildings, the outlines of doorways, the uneven surface of the ground. Then it would pass, and darkness would return. In larger settlements, the idea of shared space became more common. Markets, for example, were central to daily life. During the day, these areas were filled with activity. People gathered to exchange goods, to speak softly, to move through the space at a steady pace. Without electricity, the market existed only as long as the light allowed. As the sun began to lower, the activity slowly faded. Stalls were closed, goods were packed away, voices became fewer, and eventually the space returned to stillness. At night, the same market might appear completely different. Empty, quiet, the outlines of structures barely visible under the faint light of the moon or distant stars. The transformation from day to night was not gradual in the way modern lighting allows. It was clear, defined, a true ending of one phase and the beginning of another. Inside homes, people continued their quiet evening routines. Some might sit near the light, working with their hands. Simple tasks repeated slowly. Sewing, repairing, shaping small objects.
The sound of these activities was soft, a needle passing through fabric, the faint scrape of material being adjusted, the gentle movement of hands that had done the same task many times before. Others might simply rest, sitting still, watching the flame, allowing the mind to settle. Without constant stimulation, thoughts moved differently. They came and went slowly. There was space between them, and in that space, there was calm. In many cultures, the night was also a time of reflection, not in a structured or formal way, but in a quiet, personal sense. A person might think about the day that had passed, the work that had been done, the small moments that had filled the hours. There was no written record for many people, no quick way to capture thoughts. So reflection existed only in the mind, soft and temporary. As communities grew into early cities, life without electricity became more complex, but the core experience remained the same. Buildings were closer together, streets were more defined, but light was still limited. In some cities, torches were placed along main paths. These provided small areas of visibility, but they were not bright. The light they gave was uneven, sometimes flickering more strongly, sometimes fading. Walking at night required attention. The ground was not always smooth. Shadows could hide small obstacles, so people moved carefully, step by step. The pace of movement naturally slowed. There was no rushing through brightly lit streets, only quiet, deliberate motion. Shops, if they existed, closed early. There was little reason to remain open after dark. The effort required to maintain light was too great, and the number of people moving through the streets at night was small. So the city, even at its largest, rested, not completely silent, but deeply reduced in activity. The sky above these early cities was still visible. Without electric lights, there was nothing to block the view. Even in a crowded place, a person could look up and see the stars. They were always there, steady, unchanging, a quiet presence above the shifting patterns of human life. In homes, the arrangement of space reflected the need for light and warmth. The central area often revolved around the source of fire or light. People gathered there naturally. The rest of the space remained darker, used only when necessary. This created a sense of closeness, a shared space where people spent most of their time, especially in the evening. There was comfort in that closeness, a sense of quiet connection, even without many words. In colder nights, the fire also provided warmth that spread slowly through the room. People would sit closer together, adjusting their position to feel the heat. Blankets or simple coverings were used to hold warmth in. Sleep spaces were arranged with care, not for luxury, but for comfort and protection. The absence of electric heating meant that the natural temperature of the environment shaped everything. Some nights were colder than others. Some were softer, easier. Each night was slightly different, and people adjusted gently, without resistance. Across all these places and times, one thing remained deeply constant. Life without electricity required awareness. Awareness of light, awareness of time, awareness of the environment. There was no separation from the natural world, no barrier created by constant artificial conditions. Instead, people lived within the world as it was. They felt the changes in weather. They noticed the shifting of seasons. They moved with the rise and fall of light. And over time, this created a way of living that was steady, grounded, and deeply connected to simple rhythms. As another night settled in, the same quiet patterns returned once again. The lights dimmed, the sounds softened, the movements slowed, and the world, in its natural state, gently prepared for rest.
As time continued its slow and steady movement, life settled into patterns that repeated across seasons, across generations, and across quiet landscapes. In small villages,
Far from the growing centers of trade and stone-built towns, the feeling of life without electricity remained deeply simple. Homes were spaced apart, sometimes separated by open land, sometimes gathered loosely along a narrow path. Each home had its own small world, yet all were connected by shared routines and familiar rhythms. Morning in the village came softly. Before the sun rose fully, there was a dim gray light that spread across the sky. It touched the edges of rooftops, the tops of trees, and the still ground below. The air was cool and calm. Inside, people woke slowly. There was no sudden noise to pull them from sleep. Instead, waking happened gradually, a shift in light, a quiet sound, the natural end of rest. Fire, once again, was the first task. In many homes, the previous night's fire had been allowed to fade into embers. These embers were precious. They held the possibility of warmth without the need to start again from nothing. A careful hand would stir them. A small piece of dry material would be placed nearby. A gentle breath, steady and patient, would encourage the glow to return. And slowly, a flame would appear. This moment was always quiet. There was no rush, no force, only patience, only attention. As the flame grew, the room changed. Light spread outward in a soft circle. The cold air began to warm. Shadows moved gently along the walls. Outside, the village began to wake. Doors opened quietly. Footsteps appeared along the path. The sounds of animals, low, steady, familiar, filled the air in soft layers. Chickens moved across the ground, pecking lightly. Cows shifted in place, their slow movements creating a gentle rhythm. Dogs stretched and settled again, watching without urgency. Each sound had its place. Each movement felt expected. Without electricity, there was no sudden beginning to the day. It unfolded, like light slowly filling a room. As the sun rose higher, the village became more active. People moved with purpose, but not with haste. Tasks were known. They had been done before, many times. There was comfort in repetition. Fields needed tending. Tools needed repairing. Food needed preparing. Water needed carrying. Each task was part of a larger rhythm, one that did not change quickly. The absence of machines meant that the body played a central role in everything. Hands worked, feet carried, eyes observed. There was a steady connection between effort and result. When something was done, it was felt, not just seen. In these villages, time was not measured by clocks. It was felt through the position of the sun, the length of shadows, the quiet sense of how far the day had moved. Midday brought a different feeling. The light was stronger, more direct. Shadows shortened. The air, depending on the season, might grow warmer or remain cool. This was often a time for a brief pause, not a full stop, but a gentle slowing. A person might sit for a moment, resting in the shade of a tree or near the side of a home. There was no pressure to fill every moment with action. Rest was part of the rhythm, just as work was. In the afternoon, the light began its slow descent. It did not change suddenly. It softened, little by little. Colors in the landscape became warmer. The edges of things became less sharp. And with that softening, the day itself began to feel like it was closing. People returned from the fields. Movements became more inward. The center of life shifted once again toward the home. Evening preparations were calm. Food was prepared slowly. Fire was tended carefully. Water was used thoughtfully. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was rushed. In some villages, candle making was an important task. It was not done every day, but when it was, it required patience. Animal fat would be melted slowly over a controlled flame. The process created a distinct smell, one that lingered gently in the air. Wicks were prepared, often from simple fibers twisted together. Each candle was made by hand, dipped, cooled, and dipped again, layer by layer. Time passed quietly during this work. There was no need for speed, only consistency. The finished candles were simple, not perfectly shaped, but useful. Each one held a small amount of light carefully stored for the darkness to come. As night approached, a different feeling entered the village. It was not fear, but awareness. Without electricity, darkness was deep. Beyond the small circles of firelight and candlelight, the world disappeared into shadow. Paths that were familiar in daylight became uncertain. Shapes changed. Sounds carried differently. Because of this, people respected the night. They did not move through it without reason. They stayed close to home. They kept light near them. Inside, the evening settled into a quiet routine. The fire became the center once again. Its warmth spread slowly. Its light moved gently. People gathered near it, not out of habit alone, but because it was where comfort existed. There might be quiet conversation, or there might be silence. Both were natural, both were accepted. Rain, when it came, changed the feeling of everything. Without electric lighting or heating, the sound of rain became more noticeable. Drops falling on rooftops, a steady, soft rhythm, sometimes light and scattered, sometimes deep and continuous. Inside, the space felt more enclosed, more protected. The fire's warmth felt stronger against the cool dampness outside. People listened. There was nothing else to compete with the sound. No background noise, no distant hum, only rain and breath and the quiet movement of time. Storms, too, were experienced fully. Thunder was not softened by modern structures. It rolled deeply across the sky. Lightning lit the landscape in brief, sudden flashes. Then darkness returned. These moments were not constant. They passed, and afterward the world returned to its quiet state. Night continued. Sleep came once again in a natural way. There were no lights left on, no devices glowing softly, only darkness. And in that darkness the body found rest. Across villages, across quiet homes, across wide and open land, this pattern repeated, day after day, season after season. A life without electricity was not empty. It was full of small details, full of steady rhythms, full of quiet moments that blended gently into one another. And as the night deepened once more, the village rested, the fire dimmed, the sounds faded, and the world once again became still.
As villages slowly gave way to larger towns, and towns began to form into early cities, life without electricity took on a slightly different shape. The rhythms were still guided by light and darkness, but now there were more people, more homes, more narrow paths that crossed and turned, creating a quiet network of movement. In these early cities, buildings stood closer together. Walls were often made of stone or wood, rising side by side, forming streets that felt enclosed and sheltered. The sky above could still be seen, but only in long, narrow stretches between rooftops. Morning arrived in these places much like it did in the villages, though the sounds were different. Instead of open fields and distant animals, there were closer, layered sounds. Footsteps echoing lightly against stone. Doors opening into shared pathways. Voices, still soft, but more frequent. The city did not wake all at once. It stirred slowly. Light entered from above, touching the upper parts of buildings first. Then it moved downward, reaching into the streets, filling them gradually. Shadows shifted along the walls,
stretching and shrinking in quiet motion. Inside the homes, space was often smaller. Rooms were close together. Families shared warmth and light. The central fire or lamp remained the heart of the home, just as it had been in the village. Even with more structure and density, the basic needs remained unchanged. Light had to be made. Warmth had to be maintained. Water had to be carried. In many cities, water came from shared wells. People would gather there throughout the day, bringing containers, waiting patiently, filling them one by one. There was no rush, only a steady flow of movement. The sound of water being drawn up from a well had its own rhythm, a rope creaking softly, a bucket touching the surface below, a pause, then the slow lifting, the quiet drip of water returning to the ground. These small sounds blended into the background of daily life. Markets in cities were larger than those in villages. They spread across wider areas, sometimes forming entire sections of the town. Stalls were arranged closely, each one offering simple goods, food, tools, cloth, and other handmade items. During the day, these markets were gently active, not loud, but full. People moved carefully between narrow spaces. Hands reached out to examine items. Voices remained calm, steady, respectful. There was no artificial lighting to extend these hours, so everything followed the sun. As long as light filled the space, the market lived. When the light began to fade, so did the activity. Merchants packed their goods slowly. Cloth was folded. Tools were gathered. Food was covered or carried away. There was no sudden closing time, only a gradual quieting. Evening in the city brought a familiar shift, the same one felt in villages, but here it moved across many homes at once. Small lights appeared in windows. Candles flickered behind thin coverings. Oil lamps cast a steady glow inside rooms. From the outside, these lights looked like scattered points of warmth, each one marking a place where people gathered, where quiet life continued. In some areas, especially near important buildings or central paths, torches were placed along the streets. These were simple, a piece of wood wrapped and prepared to hold a flame. They gave light, but not evenly. Their glow reached only a short distance, leaving much of the street still in shadow. Walking at night required care. People moved slowly. They watched their steps. They stayed close to familiar routes. The absence of electricity made the night feel deeper, more present. It was not something to ignore. It was something to move within carefully. In cities, just as in villages, there were night watchmen. Their presence was important. They walked through the streets at a slow, steady pace, carrying a lantern or torch. Their footsteps were calm and measured, echoing softly against the stone. From time to time, they would call out the hour, or simply make their presence known with a quiet sound. Not loud, not alarming, just enough to remind others that someone was awake, someone was watching. Their light moved through the darkness, touching surfaces briefly before moving on. A doorway, a window, the curve of a wall. Then it passed, and the darkness returned. Inside homes, evening routines remained simple. People gathered around the available light. They shared food. They spoke quietly, or not at all. The flame became something to look at, something to rest near. Its movement was calming, its warmth steady. Without electricity, entertainment as we know it did not exist. There were no screens, no constant streams of sound or image. Instead, there were small, quiet moments. A story told slowly, a memory shared, a piece of cloth mended by hand, or simply sitting still, letting the day settle into the night. In larger buildings, such as halls or places where people gathered for shared purposes, light was managed carefully. Multiple candles or lamps might be used, placed in positions where they could spread light as evenly as possible. Even then, the room would never be fully bright. There would always be areas of shadow, soft corners where the light did not reach completely. This created a different kind of space, one that felt calm, contained, protected from harsh brightness. In colder seasons, city life without electricity shared many similarities with village life. The cold entered through walls and openings. Warmth stayed close to the fire. People gathered together, using their shared presence to hold heat. Breath might be visible in the air, clothing layered thickly, movements slower, more deliberate. In warmer seasons, the opposite was true. Homes held heat during the day and released it slowly at night. Windows, if present, were opened to allow air to move through. People adjusted naturally, resting when needed, moving when comfortable. Without electric cooling or heating, the body remained closely connected to the environment. Rain in the city had its own sound, different from the open fields of the village. Here it struck rooftops, ran along edges, dripped into narrow pathways. Water moved through small channels, finding its way along the ground. The sound echoed softly between buildings, a steady rhythm, calm and continuous. People stayed indoors during heavy rain, gathering near their light sources, listening quietly. Time passed slowly in these moments. There was nothing to interrupt it, nothing to rush it forward, only waiting, only being present. As night deepened, the city quieted. The scattered lights in windows grew fewer. Candles burned lower, lamps dimmed. One by one, homes settled into darkness. The streets, already quiet, became still. Only the occasional movement of a night watchman, only the soft sound of wind moving through narrow spaces. Above it all, the sky remained. Even in the city, where buildings stood close and paths were narrow, the sky was visible. The stars were still there, clear, steady, unchanged. And beneath them, people rested, sleeping in simple rooms, wrapped in quiet, guided once again by the natural rhythm of night. Life without electricity continued in this way, across cities and villages, across seasons and years, steady, unhurried, and deeply connected to the quiet movement of the world.
As cities continued to grow and change in their quiet, gradual way, another kind of life unfolded within larger stone buildings, often set slightly apart from the rest. These buildings were not always grand in the way we might imagine now, but they were larger, more solid, and designed to hold many people within their walls. Some stood as homes for families of higher standing. Others were places of gathering, of administration, or quiet authority. Inside these structures, life without electricity followed the same natural rhythm, though the details were shaped by space, materials, and the number of people living together. Morning inside such a building arrived slowly. The thick walls held the night's coolness longer than smaller homes. Even as the sun began to rise outside, the interior remained dim and still. Light entered through narrow windows. These windows were often small, sometimes covered with simple materials that softened the brightness. The light that came through was gentle, spreading slowly across stone floors and wooden surfaces. There were no bright rooms, only areas where light reached and areas where it did not. People who worked inside these buildings often woke early. Their movements were quiet, practiced, and steady. They knew the routines well. One of the first tasks, once again, was to tend the fire. In larger spaces, there might be several fireplaces, each one serving a different area. These fires had to be managed carefully. Too much fuel would waste resources.
Too little would leave the room cold and dim. Wood was brought in, piece by piece, placed with care, lit slowly. The sound of fire growing was soft, a faint crackle, a gentle shifting as the flame found its place. As the fire strengthened, the room changed. Light flickered across stone walls. Shadows moved slowly, stretching into corners. Warmth began to spread, though it never reached every part of the room equally. People naturally gathered closer to it. The farther from the fire, the cooler and darker the space became. In these larger homes, there were often many small tasks that filled the morning hours. Cloth needed to be prepared, floors swept, water carried from outside sources, food ingredients sorted and arranged. Each task required time. There were no machines to assist, only hands, only repetition, only quiet focus. Lighting throughout the day depended entirely on the sun. Rooms were used differently depending on where the light reached. A space that felt usable in the morning might grow dim by afternoon. People adjusted without thinking, moving their work, shifting their position, following the light as it traveled slowly through the building. Candles in these places were valuable. They were not used freely. Even in households that had more resources, candles represented time, effort, and materials. Each one had been made carefully. Each one would eventually burn away, so they were saved for when they were truly needed. Evening, storms, moments when natural light could not reach. Some rooms, especially those deeper inside the structure, rarely saw full daylight. In these spaces, even during the day, a candle or lamp might be used briefly. The light would feel different there, more enclosed, more still. The flame would become the only source of visibility, creating a quiet, almost private atmosphere. In larger halls, where people sometimes gathered, light was arranged thoughtfully. Multiple candles might be placed along walls or on simple holders. Each flame added a small amount of brightness, but even together they could not fully remove the shadows. The result was a soft, layered light. Faces were visible, but not sharply defined. Movements were clear, but gentle. The entire space felt calm, contained, never overwhelming. Meals in these settings followed familiar patterns. Food was prepared over fire, slowly and with care. The smells would fill the space gradually, mixing with the scent of wood smoke and the natural materials of the building. People gathered to eat, often in shared spaces. Voices remained soft. The act of eating was steady, unhurried. There was no need to rush, no external pressure to move quickly from one task to another. After meals, the pace slowed even further. Without electricity, the evening hours were naturally limited. There was only so much that could be done within the small circles of candlelight or firelight. Some people might continue small tasks, others might sit quietly. In certain moments, music might appear, but not in a loud or constant way. Simple instruments, played softly. The sound would travel gently through the space, blending with the quiet crackle of fire and the soft movement of air. Then it would fade, leaving silence behind. Night in these large buildings carried a particular feeling. The walls, thick and steady, created a sense of protection, but the darkness inside could feel deep. Long corridors, if present, would stretch into shadow. Rooms beyond the reach of light would remain completely still. To move through these spaces at night required a light source, a candle, a small lamp. The flame would guide each step, illuminating only what was directly ahead. Everything else remained hidden. This limited view created a slower pace of movement. Each step was careful, each turn deliberate. There was no rushing through darkness, only steady progress. In some places, people were assigned to remain awake for parts of the night. Their role was simple: to ensure that fires remained safe, to watch for any signs of danger, to move quietly through the building, carrying light with them. Their presence was calm, unobtrusive. They did not disturb the rest. They simply existed in the quiet hours, part of the unseen rhythm of the night. Sleeping arrangements varied. Some rooms held multiple people. Others were smaller and more private. Beds were simple, wooden frames, layers of comfort or straw for comfort, blankets to hold warmth. There was no artificial noise, no distant hum of machines, only the natural sounds of the night, wind touching the outside walls, occasional movement within the building, the faint crackle of a fire settling into embers. Sleep came in a natural way. The darkness encouraged it. The body responded without resistance. Across these larger homes and buildings, life without electricity continued to follow the same quiet patterns found in villages and cities. Light was limited. Warmth was centered. Time moved slowly. People adjusted, not through force, but through habit, through awareness, through a steady connection to the world around them. As another night deepened, the lights within these walls began to fade. Candles burned lower, flames grew smaller. One by one, they were gently extinguished. Darkness returned fully. And in that darkness, everything rested, still, quiet, at ease.
Beyond the quiet villages, the growing towns, and the still interiors of large stone buildings, there were also the long, open paths that connected everything together. Travel in a world without electricity was slow. It was steady, and it required patience. There were no bright lights to guide the way at night, no signals in the distance, no glowing lines stretching across the land. Only roads, simple roads, shaped by time and use. Some were little more than worn paths through grass or soil, marked by the repeated passing of feet, carts, and animals. Others were slightly more defined, made stronger by layers of stone or compacted earth. But none of them were lit. During the day, travel followed the light of the sun. The path ahead could be seen clearly, stretching forward, curving gently with the land. Trees lined some roads, offering shade and a quiet sense of direction. In open areas, the sky itself guided the way. People who traveled often became familiar with these routes. They learned the bends in the road, the small landmarks, a large tree, a cluster of stones, the edge of a stream. These details mattered. They replaced signs. They replaced maps for many. Walking was the most common form of movement, step after step, at a steady pace. There was no urgency. The journey itself was part of life, not something to rush through. Each step connected to the next, creating a rhythm that matched the movement of breath. In some cases, people traveled with animals. Horses or other working animals moved at a calm, consistent pace. The sound of their hooves created a soft, repeating pattern against the ground. Carts, when used, moved slowly. Wheels turned carefully, sometimes creaking as they rolled over uneven surfaces. The entire experience of travel was grounded in the physical world. Every movement was felt. Every change in the road was noticed. As the day continued, the position of the sun became a guide. Travelers understood how far they had come by the way shadows changed, by the angle of light, by the feeling of time passing. There were natural pauses, moments to rest, to sit quietly by the side of the road, to drink water, to breathe. There was no pressure to continue without stopping. Rest was part of the journey. As evening approached, an important decision had to be made: where to stop. Without electricity, traveling at night was difficult. The darkness was deep. Paths that were clear during the day became uncertain.
so most travelers chose to rest before night fully arrived. Along many routes, there were simple inns or resting places. These were not large or elaborate. They were quiet, practical spaces. A roof, a place to sit, a place to sleep, sometimes shared with others who were also passing through. Inside an inn, the same patterns appeared. Fire provided warmth. Candles or oil lamps provided light. People gathered quietly, each one carrying the calm fatigue of the day's travel. There might be soft conversation or long stretches of silence. The sound of movement, bags being set down, footsteps on wooden floors, blended into the background. Food, when available, was simple, prepared slowly over a fire, eaten without hurry. The experience of eating after a long journey felt grounding, comforting in its simplicity. As night deepened, the inn settled into stillness. The fire burned lower, lights dimmed, travelers rested. Some slept deeply, others woke occasionally, adjusting to the unfamiliar space. Outside, the road remained, empty, silent, stretching through the darkness. In some cases, travel at night could not be avoided. When this happened, it was done carefully. A small lantern or torch would be carried. Its light reached only a short distance ahead, revealing just enough of the path to continue. Everything beyond that remained hidden. The darkness felt closer, more present. Sounds became more noticeable. The rustle of leaves, the distant call of an animal, the movement of wind across open land. Each sound carried meaning. Each one was listened to carefully. Movement slowed even more. There was no rushing through the night, only careful steps, only quiet awareness. Weather played a strong role in travel. Rain could soften the ground, making paths more difficult to walk. Mud slowed movement. Water collected in low areas. Each step required more effort. The sound of rain, steady and constant, filled the space around the traveler. There was no shelter except that which could be found along the way. Trees, overhangs, simple structures. Waiting became necessary, waiting for the rain to pass, waiting for the ground to settle. In colder conditions, travel brought a different challenge. The air was sharp, breath visible. Hands and feet needed protection from the cold. Fires were not always possible along the road, so warmth had to be carried in clothing, in movement, in careful pacing. Despite these challenges, travel continued. People moved between places, between villages, between cities, carrying goods, messages, and simple connections. Without electricity, there was no instant communication, no immediate exchange of information. Everything moved at the speed of the traveler. This created a different sense of time. News arrived slowly. Changes felt gradually. Nothing happened all at once. Everything unfolded step by step. In the early morning, after a night of rest, travelers would begin again. The same quiet routine, waking slowly, preparing for the day, stepping back onto the path. The road ahead was not something to rush through. It was something to move with, to experience, to feel. And as the journey continued, the same patterns repeated. Daylight guiding movement, evening bringing rest, night offering stillness. Across long distances, across changing landscapes, life without electricity shaped every part of travel. It slowed it, it grounded it, it made each moment more present. And as another day began to fade, the traveler would once again look for a place to stop, a place to sit, a place to rest, a place where a small flame could be lit, casting a soft glow against the quiet darkness. And there, in that gentle light, the journey would pause, not ended, just resting, until the next day's light returned.
Far beyond the roads and quiet paths of land, there were also long journeys across open water. The sea, wide and steady, moved with its own slow rhythm. Life there, without electricity, felt even more connected to the natural world. There were no fixed lights stretching across the horizon, no glowing points in the distance to guide the way. Only water, only sky, and the gentle movement of a vessel carried by wind. Ships, in those times, were simple in design compared to what came later. Made of wood, shaped carefully, they moved slowly across the surface of the water. Every sound within them was noticeable. The soft creak of wooden boards, the steady pull of ropes, the low, rhythmic movement of waves against the sides. These sounds were constant. They formed a quiet background that never fully disappeared. During the day, the sun provided everything needed for navigation and activity. Light spread across the water, reflecting softly, sometimes shimmering, sometimes calm and still. The horizon stretched endlessly, a thin line where sky and sea seemed to meet. Sailors moved about their tasks with care, adjusting sails, checking ropes, watching the wind. Everything depended on natural forces. There were no engines to provide movement, only wind, only direction, only patience. The pace of travel across the sea was never rushed. The journey could take many days, sometimes longer, and during that time, life on the ship settled into a steady pattern. Morning began quietly. Light appeared slowly over the water. The sky shifted from deep blue to softer tones. The air felt cool, often carrying a gentle breeze. People woke as the light grew, not from sudden sound, but from the natural change around them. Tasks began early, not out of urgency, but because the day's light was valuable. Sails were adjusted carefully, surfaces were checked, water and food were managed with attention. Everything on the ship had to be used thoughtfully. There was no easy way to replace what was lost. Food was simple, often preserved, prepared in basic ways. Meals were quiet, eaten without distraction. The movement of the ship continued beneath every action, a slow, steady rocking, back and forth, gentle, repetitive. For many, this movement became calming over time, a rhythm that matched breathing, a quiet reminder of the constant presence of the sea. As the day moved forward, the sun rose higher, light became stronger. The surface of the water changed with it, sometimes calm and reflective, sometimes moving in small waves that caught the light in shifting patterns. There were long stretches of time where very little seemed to change. The horizon remained the same. The sky moved slowly. Clouds drifted. The ship continued its steady path. These long, quiet periods were part of life at sea. There was no constant activity, no endless tasks, only moments of attention followed by moments of stillness. As evening approached, the light softened once again. The sun lowered slowly toward the horizon. Colors spread gently across the sky, reflected in the water below. This transition was quiet, unhurried, a natural closing of the day. Without electricity, the night at sea was deeply dark. Far from land, there were no artificial lights at all. The sky above became filled with stars, more than could easily be counted. They stretched in every direction, steady and clear. For sailors, these stars were not just something to look at. They were a guide, a way to understand direction, a way to move forward across open water without losing the path. The night sky and its quiet stillness provided a sense of calm, a sense of order,
even in the vast openness of the sea. On the ship, light at night came from simple sources: lanterns, small flames protected from the wind. Their glow was soft and limited. They lit only small areas, leaving most of the ship in shadow. Movement at night was slow, careful, each step taken with awareness of the shifting surface beneath. The sounds of the sea became more noticeable: waves moving against the ship, the gentle splash of water, the quiet movement of wind through the sails. These sounds, combined with the darkness, created a deep sense of stillness. Some remained awake during the night, watching the horizon, listening, ensuring that everything remained as it should. Their presence was calm, steady, part of the ongoing rhythm of life at sea. Sleep, when it came, was shaped by the movement of the ship. The gentle rocking continued through the night, a slow, repeating motion. For many, it became a kind of quiet comfort. For others, it required adjustment. But over time, the body adapted, just as it did on land. Storms at sea brought a different experience. Without electricity, there were no warnings beyond what could be seen or felt. The sky would darken, the wind would shift, waves would grow stronger, rain would begin to fall, sometimes lightly, sometimes with greater force. The ship responded to these changes, moving more sharply, rising and falling with the water. The sounds grew louder, wood creaking more deeply, water striking the sides with greater energy. Even in these moments, there was no sudden brightness, no artificial light cutting through the storm, only the natural elements. Lightning, when it appeared, briefly illuminated everything: the sky, the water, the shape of the ship. Then darkness returned. Between these flashes, the world remained dim and uncertain. Movement slowed, actions became more careful. Everything focused on maintaining balance, maintaining direction, maintaining calm. And eventually, as all storms do, it would pass. The wind would ease, the waves would settle, the rain would fade, and a quiet rhythm would return. Morning would come again, soft light spreading across the water, the sky opening slowly, the sea returning to its steady movement. Life at sea without electricity was shaped entirely by these natural patterns: light and darkness, wind and stillness, movement and rest. There was no separation from these elements, only presence within them, only quiet acceptance. As another day ended, the same gentle patterns returned once more. The sun lowered, the light softened, the sky filled with stars, and the ship, small against the vastness of the ocean, continued its slow and steady path, carried forward, without hurry, without noise, only guided by the quiet rhythm of the world itself.
Beyond seas, cities, and villages, there were also vast lands where life moved slowly, shaped entirely by natural forces: deserts, plains, and open spaces where people traveled lightly, carried only what they needed, and lived closely with the rhythms of the earth. In these places, without electricity, life depended entirely on awareness of the environment. Sun, wind, and temperature became guides. Water was precious. Shade was vital. Fire was both warmth and light, a companion that required constant attention. Morning in these open lands arrived gently. The first hints of light stretched across the horizon, soft and pale. The sun's rays moved slowly, touching sand, rock, and earth in gradual waves. Shadows were long and delicate. There was no sudden brightness to force the day's start, only a natural unfolding of light. Nomadic families or small groups would begin to stir. Movements were quiet. Each step was deliberate. Tents or simple shelters were folded or packed with care. Ropes and stakes handled gently, belongings arranged and secured. Nothing was hurried. Each action was considered. The rhythm of life depended on steady, consistent effort, not speed. Fire was often the first thing attended to. Small embers from the previous night might still glow faintly. With gentle coaxing, the flame would return. The scent of wood or dried plant matter would rise softly into the cool morning air. People gathered near this fire, not only to ignite warmth, but to center their attention, to begin the day in a steady and calm way. Breakfast was simple: grains, dried fruits, small amounts of preserved meat or milk. Meals were quiet and unhurried. Each person ate thoughtfully, feeling the texture of food and the weight of nourishment. The act of eating became meditative, part of a larger awareness of the day ahead. Travel across open land required patience. The sun moved slowly, marking hours. Travelers understood the changing light. They knew the importance of timing, when to move, when to rest, when to seek shelter. The land itself dictated the pace. Animals, companions of nomadic life, were cared for constantly. Camels, goats, or horses needed attention. Water had to be found, food distributed, paths chosen carefully to follow the resources that the land offered. Every movement was deliberate. Every choice was guided by observation and experience. As the day progressed, the heat of the sun became more pronounced. People sought shade or adjusted their pace. Light and shadow dictated activity. Water breaks punctuated the day. Movement slowed. The rhythm of life was attuned entirely to the natural flow of the environment. Evening in these lands brought a shift as soft as morning. The sun lowered gradually, painting sand and rock in warm, muted tones. Shadows stretched longer, cooling the ground and air. People gathered near fire once more. Its warmth spread through hands and arms, its light touching faces and simple shelters. The night sky in open lands was expansive. Stars stretched endlessly in every direction. The Milky Way arched softly above, steady and luminous. Without electricity, the darkness was complete. The sky felt alive, full of guides for navigation, companions in the quiet, and reminders of time passing. Travelers slept under this vast canopy, wrapped in blankets or simple coverings, cocooned by both the fire and the earth's slow pulse. Storms in open lands brought a different rhythm. Winds swept across sand and rock, creating a quiet, shifting soundscape. Rain, when it came, fell with steady insistence. Fires needed protection. Shelters had to be secured. Movement slowed and awareness sharpened. Every sound, every shift in the environment carried information. Sleep was still central. Darkness encouraged it. The body responded naturally to the lack of artificial light. People rested deeply, in tune with the temperature, the wind, and the distant sounds of the night. Dreams moved slowly, as if shaped by the quiet, deliberate pace of life itself. Across these deserts, plains, and open lands, life without electricity was not merely survival. It was a continuous, gentle engagement with the world. Every task, every pause, every movement was part of an extended rhythm. Awareness of light, darkness, fire, water, and weather guided all activity. Presence became the natural condition of life. And as the night deepened once more, the fire dimmed, shadows stretched and receded, and the world rested. Only the wind moved across the sand. Only the stars remained steady above. Only the quiet pulse of life continued, unhurried, calm, and deeply connected to the natural flow of time.
In the dense forests and woodlands, life without electricity took on yet another rhythm, slower, quieter, more intimate with the natural surroundings. Here, people lived in cabins, simple wooden structures nestled between tall trees, the walls and roof made from logs and planks, with moss or clay filling small gaps. The air was rich with the scent of pine, damp earth, and slowly decaying leaves, a natural perfume that changed gently with the seasons. Morning in the forest arrived softly. The sun filtered through the canopy, scattering light in small, gentle beams. Leaves quivered in the early breeze, casting moving shadows on the ground and cabin walls. Inside, the dim light touched familiar surfaces slowly, the rough texture of wood, the woven patterns of blankets, the simple tools arranged carefully on shelves. The day unfolded in quiet, gradual movement. Fire was central here too. The cabin hearth held embers from the previous night, glowing faintly, waiting to be coaxed back to life. Hands, steady and deliberate, stirred the ashes. Small pieces of kindling were added. A breath, calm and measured, encouraged the flame to rise. The fire's warmth spread slowly, reaching cold corners of the cabin, creating comfort in the still morning air. Breakfast was a quiet ritual. Porridge, small pieces of dried meat or roasted nuts were eaten deliberately. Each movement, each bite, was unhurried. The act of preparing and consuming food was simple, intimate, and absorbing. Time felt different here, slower, shaped by the light, by the heat of the fire, and by the presence of the surrounding woods. Throughout the day, activities were shaped by light and by need. Water was drawn from nearby streams, carried carefully back to the cabin. Wood was gathered for fuel, chopped and stacked, the rhythmic sound of the axe connecting to breath and movement. Tools were repaired, clothing mended, and spaces kept orderly. Every action was part of a larger rhythm of attention, care, and patience. Outside, the forest was alive with gentle sounds. Birds called softly in the canopy. Squirrels rustled through leaves. A distant river murmured steadily. The wind whispered through branches, carrying a cool, fresh scent. Every sound became part of daily awareness, filling moments with quiet presence. In the afternoon, light shifted gradually. Shadows grew longer, colors softened, and the temperature often changed. The cabin became cooler in the corners and warmer near the fire if it had been stoked. People adjusted naturally, moving closer to light and warmth, resting briefly, or continuing their slow tasks in the gentle afternoon glow. Evening arrived like a slow sigh. The sun lowered behind the trees, scattering its final rays across the forest floor. Shadows deepened. The air became cooler. People gathered near the fire once again, the central hearth now a beacon of warmth and light in the expanding darkness. Candles or small oil lamps were sometimes used to extend this circle of light, though sparingly, as they were precious. Conversations were soft, measured, not forced, not hurried. Sometimes stories were told quietly, memories of past seasons, tales of the forest, or reflections on daily life. Other times there was silence. The sound of the fire, the occasional snap of a branch outside, and the soft movement of people were enough to fill the space with calm presence. Night in the forest was deep and profound. Without electricity, darkness was complete. The world beyond the cabin's walls disappeared. Trees formed dense silhouettes against the night sky. The stars above shone steadily through breaks in the canopy, offering gentle orientation and quiet beauty. The moon, when present, painted patches of silver across leaves and ground. Inside, sleep arrived naturally. The body adjusted to the diminishing light and the gentle coolness of the night. Blankets and simple bedding held warmth. Breathing slowed. Muscles relaxed. The fire dimmed gradually, embers glowing faintly, until the room fell into soft darkness, leaving only the subtle warmth and faint scent of smoke to mark the presence of life. Seasons shaped the rhythm of life profoundly. Winter brought long nights, deep cold, and steady attention to fire. Summer brought lighter nights, extended daylight, and more freedom of movement outside. Spring and autumn offered a balance of warmth and coolness, growth and harvest, subtle changes in light and sound. Every shift of the year was felt intimately, guiding daily life, influencing work, rest, and movement. Storms transformed the forest entirely. Rain pattered on the roof, dripping into small puddles on the ground. Wind swayed trees, making shadows dance across cabin walls. The fire's glow became a center of stability amidst the external chaos. Every sound, from the distant roll of thunder to the rustle of leaves close by, was noted with careful attention, yet there was no rush, no panic, only steady presence and mindful response. Through all of this, life without electricity remained profoundly connected to natural cycles. Light, dark, warmth, cold, sound, and movement guided every action. Work, rest, and sleep were part of a seamless, flowing rhythm. Every moment carried a sense of grounding, a quiet order, and a slow, steady comfort. And as the night deepened further, the forest grew still. Fires dimmed to glowing embers, the sounds of animals softened, shadows merged with darkness. Inside the cabins, breathing slowed, thoughts softened, and sleep took over. The world outside and the world within settled into calm. The night stretched across the forest like a gentle, protective blanket. And in this quiet, the timeless rhythm of life without electricity continued, unhurried, intimate, and profoundly peaceful. High in the mountains, life without electricity took on a rhythm even more measured, more deliberate, and intimately connected to the natural elements. Settlements perched on slopes and ridges, small clusters of wooden and stone cabins dotting the rugged terrain. The air was thinner here, cooler, and often carried the crisp scent of pine and rock, the quiet fragrance of wildflowers in warmer months, or the deep, still aroma of snow and stone in colder seasons. Morning in the mountains arrived softly, even more slowly than in valleys or plains. The sun rose behind distant peaks first, touching the tips of slopes with pale light, sending shadows cascading down cliffs and ridges. The air was cool and still, with only the faint sound of wind moving through trees, the distant call of a bird, or the soft shift of snow in higher elevations. Inside cabins, light crept gently across rough walls and simple furniture, illuminating each corner gradually. Fire was essential. Cabins in the mountains were often cold in the early hours. Embers from the previous night were coaxed into flame with careful attention. Dry twigs and small pieces of wood were added slowly. A gentle breath encouraged sparks to grow into flickering tongues of light. The warmth expanded gradually, reaching hands, feet, and faces with comforting steadiness. Firelight painted the walls, flickering softly, moving shadows across objects and furniture, creating a calm, almost meditative environment. Breakfast was simple, quiet, and nourishing. Grain porridge, small bits of smoked meat, dried fruits, or cheese provided sustenance. Each bite was deliberate, a connection to the physical world and the work ahead. Meals were slow, unhurried, a ritual that marked the rhythm of morning. Daily tasks were shaped by altitude, terrain, and weather. Water might need to be carried from mountain springs or streams, carefully balanced in containers on shoulders or in baskets. Wood had to be chopped and gathered for warmth, often from trees on steep slopes. Clothing was layered thoughtfully to manage sudden changes in temperature. Every action required patience, precision, and awareness of the surroundings. The mountains demanded attention. Paths were narrow, steep, and sometimes treacherous. Travel was slow, step by step. Even small tasks required careful movement, awareness of footing, and respect for the environment. Animals, if part of the household, were tended closely. Goats, sheep, or pack animals that moved naturally through steep paths, their presence a steady companion for work and travel. As the day progressed, light shifted slowly across slopes, illuminating different surfaces at different times. Shadows grew and shortened, colors softened, and textures became more apparent. Windows, if present, offered focused streams of sunlight, highlighting corners and objects, guiding movement within cabins. Tasks followed the light. Activities moved naturally from one place to another, guided by brightness, warmth, and practicality. Evening brought another subtle transformation. The sun lowered behind peaks, casting long, soft shadows across valleys. The temperature dropped steadily. People returned to their cabins, carrying firewood and water, preparing meals over the hearth, and tending to animals or tools. The fire became the center again, radiating warmth and light. Candle flames might be added, small and careful, illuminating corners where the fire could not reach. Night in the mountains was profound. The sky stretched wide and clear, often brighter than in lower lands due to altitude and thinner air. Stars shone steadily, more numerous and vivid, their light sharp and delicate. The moon, when present, cast silver reflections across snow, rock, and trees. Darkness was deep, embracing the settlement, pressing gently against the warm glow of hearths and candles. Inside cabins, sleep was guided entirely by this natural rhythm. Firelight dimmed gradually, embers glowing softly. Shadows merged with darkness. Blankets, furs, or layered bedding held warmth. Breathing slowed, thoughts softened, and rest unfolded naturally. The quietness of the mountains amplified every soft sound, the gentle crackle of embers, the distant rush of wind, or the movement of animals settling for the night. Seasons dictated much of life. Winter brought heavy snow, freezing temperatures, and longer nights. Fire was tended constantly, water sources needed careful planning, and travel became slow and calculated. Spring thaw required attention to mud and wet terrain, repair of damaged cabins, and careful movement along previously impassable paths. Summer offered more freedom, extended daylight, and the scent of flowers and growing plants, while autumn brought harvests, the collection of firewood, and preparation for the long winter. Storms and weather changes were experienced fully, without the masking of artificial systems. Rain and snow shifted landscapes subtly. Winds moved through valleys and along ridges with soft or sudden force. Every change was noticed, every movement accounted for, yet never rushed. Life in the mountains required patient awareness, an intimate knowledge of the environment, and a steady engagement with natural rhythms. Even in isolation, this life was complete. The daily patterns, light, fire, food, work, rest, night, offered structure. Movement followed purpose, and purpose followed the environment. Each day was a slow unfolding, each night a gentle closing, a repetition that provided calm and predictability, a sense of security without modern tools or electricity. And as another night deepened, the mountains grew still. Winds softened, snow or rain settled, and the cabins glowed gently with the last embers and candlelight. Shadows retreated into corners, breath slowed, thoughts softened, and rest quieted. The vast, high world outside became silent, protective, and constant. Inside, life rested, waiting patiently for the gradual light of the next morning to return and resume its measured, unhurried rhythm. Beyond mountains, forests, and open deserts, there were rivers and lakes stretching quietly through the land. Life beside these waters moved at a pace shaped by the current, the wind, and the gentle shift of the sun across the sky. Here, people lived in small settlements near the banks, in simple homes made of wood or reeds, sometimes raised slightly on stilts to guard against occasional floods. Water was both a resource and a companion, ever present, moving steadily and shaping daily life without electricity. Morning beside the water was soft. The first light touched the surface slowly, spreading across ripples in delicate patterns. Mist sometimes hovered above the river, soft and pale, fading gradually as the sun climbed higher. The air smelled faintly of wet earth, damp reeds, and fresh water, a quiet aroma that marked the start of the day. Inside small homes, light crept along floors and walls, illuminating nets, simple wooden tools, and small containers carefully arranged from the night before. Fire remained central. A hearth, often simple, provided warmth and a place to prepare the morning meal. Embers glowed softly from the night. Kindling and wood were added slowly, coaxing the flame to steady life again. The warmth spread gently, touching faces, hands, and feet. Smoke rose in soft trails, curling upward, blending with the mist outside, and carrying the familiar scent that marked home and safety. Breakfast was deliberate and simple. Fish caught the previous day might be dried or smoked, prepared slowly over the fire. Bread, porridge, or gathered grains accompanied it. Each movement, stirring, cutting, serving, was careful and quiet, done in unhurried rhythm. Eating became part of awareness, an intimate connection to the surrounding water and the work it required. Daily life revolved around the river. Nets were checked and repaired, boats were maintained, small trips might be taken to fish or gather water plants. Every movement was attuned to the flow of the water and the strength of the current. Steps in boats were careful, measured, ensuring balance and safety. Movement was slow and deliberate, in harmony with natural forces rather than against them. The water provided more than food. It marked time. The sun's reflection shifted along the surface, giving hints of hour and direction. Gentle ripples mirrored clouds overhead, and subtle changes in the wind or current became cues for small decisions. Children, when present, learned quietly by watching, moving slowly under the guidance of adults, their hands learning the texture of rope, wood, and nets through patient repetition. Afternoon brought a change in light. Sunlight moved across the surface of the river and lake, scattering in sparkling patterns. Shadows shifted gradually along the banks and inside homes. People adjusted their tasks according to this light. Work followed brightness, moving with natural rhythms rather than clocks or forced schedules. Rest, when it came, was natural, often spent quietly near water or in shade. Evening arrived gradually. The sun lowered, reflecting gold and soft orange across the rippling surface. Shadows grew longer. The temperature cooled gently. Fires were tended carefully, preparing warmth and light for the coming night. Nets were gathered, boats secured, meals prepared. Every action moved slowly, deliberately, in the calm fading of the day. Night beside the water was profound. The darkness enveloped the banks and boats, the current barely visible. Stars reflected faintly in still waters. Moonlight, if present, painted silver lines across ripples and leaves. Without electricity, every light came from fire or lantern. Candles were small, precious, and flickered gently, casting soft glows on simple wooden surfaces. Movement was careful, deliberate. Sounds, the distant splash of a fish, the faint creak of a boat, the rustle of reeds became meaningful, yet soothing in their continuity. People slept close to the water, often in cabins or simple shelters, aware of the gentle movements beneath them, the quiet lapping of the river, the shifting breeze over the surface, and the faint calls of nocturnal birds or animals. Sleep arrived naturally, aided by these sounds, by the darkness, and by the steady warmth of embers or blankets. Night felt slow, deep and unbroken, a mirror of the calm, flowing life of the water itself. Seasons guided life as much here as in other landscapes. Winter brought ice or colder waters, the need for more fire and careful attention to safety. Spring brought floods or higher currents, requiring patience and adaptation. Summer extended daylight, warmth, and gentle activity, while autumn offered harvest, preparation, and slowing of movement. All life followed these natural cycles, learning and responding gently to the rhythm of the world. Even in isolation or in small groups, life beside rivers and lakes without electricity was steady and intimate. Every action was tied to natural elements. Time moved slowly. Work and rest alternated gently. The world's presence, water, sky, wind, and light directed life, offering both guidance and comfort. Awareness of surroundings created calm, rooted attention, a sense of purpose without hurry, and a profound connection to the quiet unfolding of each day. And as another night deepened, the water settled, fires dimmed, lanterns glowed softly, and cabins grew still. Shadows merged with darkness. Every sound softened, breath slowed, sleep took over. The river continued its slow journey, the stars reflected quietly, and life rested in its natural rhythm, ready to greet another gentle morning.
As the seasons changed, winter arrived in villages, towns, and settlements with a quiet insistence. Snow fell softly, coating roofs, roads, and open fields in a blanket of white. The world slowed even more during these months. Movement became deliberate. Each step required care. Every task was measured against the chill in the air and the limited daylight. Morning in winter arrived gently, sometimes with a pale sun that barely warmed the frozen landscape. Inside small homes, the cold persisted until fires were lit. Embers from the previous night might still glow faintly, but hands were careful to coax them into life. A breath, a small shift of wood, a careful spark. The flame would grow slowly. Its warmth spread gradually, reaching corners of the room and softening the cold that had settled overnight. Breakfast was quiet and sustaining. Porridge, grains, dried fruits, or preserved meat warmed the body. Tea or watered-down milk provided comfort. Every bite was deliberate. Every sip slowed the body into awareness of the day ahead. Even the act of stirring food or boiling water became a gentle ritual. There was no rush. Winter demanded patience. Outside, snow muffled sounds. Steps on frozen ground made soft crunches. The air was sharp and clean. Trees were bare, their branches outlined against the soft gray sky. Smoke rose from chimneys, forming thin streams that drifted slowly with the wind. Movement outside required care. Roads were slippery, covered in ice or packed snow. Travel was slow and cautious. Animals, too, moved more deliberately. Horses or dogs followed paths carefully, feeling each step. Tasks inside the home followed a natural order. Laundry was rare, usually done with care in small amounts. Water for washing was drawn slowly, often heated over the fire. Clothes were mended, boots dried, blankets adjusted. Food preparation took longer in winter because cooking over fire was slower and fuel had to be rationed. Every action demanded awareness. Every task was tied to the slow rhythm of light, heat, and the movement of the household. Evening arrived quietly. Light faded early. Shadows stretched across snowed streets and village lanes. The hearth became the central focus. Families or small groups gathered near it, tending fire, sharing small meals, or quietly completing simple chores. Candles or oil lamps extended the circle of light, but they were modest and soft. Shadows flickered.
moving gently across walls, creating a calm intimacy. Outside, the night was long. Snow reflected the faint light of moon and stars, but the darkness was complete in the streets and fields. Silence dominated. Only the occasional sound of distant animals, falling snow, where the shifting of wood under the weight of frost broke it. Life slowed. Movement became deliberate, every step measured, every sound noticed. Sleep arrived naturally, aided by firelight and thick bedding. Blankets, furs, and layered clothing held warmth. The body adjusted to the absence of artificial heat, learning slowly to respond to natural temperatures. Breath slowed, muscles relaxed, thoughts quieted. The quiet of winter encouraged long, deep rest. During storms, snow drifted heavily and wind swept across rooftops, creating a soft, constant noise. Roofs groaned gently under the weight. Windows rattled softly. Fires crackled. People moved carefully to secure wood and food. Every action was measured and calm, guided by awareness of the environment rather than urgency. Through all of winter, routines remained steady. Morning light marked the start of tasks. Fire provided warmth and light. Meals were simple and deliberate. Work followed need and availability of daylight. Evening brought a gentle return to warmth. Night carried silence, calm, and rest. Life without electricity in winter was slow, deliberate, and fully in harmony with the changing world. And as the night deepened, snow settled, fires dimmed, and shadows stretched into quiet corners. The village slept under a soft white blanket, roofs and streets holding the stillness of the season. Inside homes, breath slowed, hands rested, and hearts moved quietly with the rhythm of time. Darkness and cold became companions, gentle guides for sleep, preparing each body to awaken with the soft light of morning.
As night deepened in villages, towns, and small homes, life slowed to a gentle, almost imperceptible rhythm. Without electricity, evening was measured in small tasks, soft light, and quiet presence. The world outside grew darker and colder, while inside, the warm glow of fire and candlelight became the center of comfort and attention. After dinner, people often gathered near the hearth. The fire crackled softly, sending gentle warmth across the room. Smoke rose in thin, curling lines, carrying the familiar scent of wood, hearth, and home. Shadows danced lightly on walls, moving with the flicker of flames. Every shadow was soft, never harsh. Every sound was subtle, the faint tapping of a wooden spoon, the low murmur of conversation, the soft scrape of a chair on the floor. Evening chores were slow and careful. Clothes might be folded or repaired, dishes cleaned in warm water drawn from the fire, tools inspected or arranged for the next day. Everything was done deliberately in small increments. There was no rush. Each movement was conscious. Each task was part of the natural rhythm of life. Stories often appeared during these hours, quiet tales told softly to children or shared among adults, memories of the day, of seasons past, of small events long ago. There was no urgency. Voices were gentle, carrying calm and presence. Each story was a thread, weaving connection between people, the room, and the warmth of the fire. Candles or small oil lamps extended the circle of light into corners beyond the fire. Their glow was modest, shadows stretched, retreating and softening as the flame flickered. Movement near these lights was careful, deliberate, slow. Each hand motion, each step was guided by awareness of the fragile brightness. People became gentle observers of their own actions, learning the subtle grace of quiet tasks. Outside,
the village settled. Streets and paths were quiet, footsteps muffled by snow or soft earth. Animals rested. Occasional sounds, the distant call of an owl, the rustle of leaves, the shifting of wind through trees, blended into the stillness. The absence of electricity made night feel deeper. Every sound mattered more. Every movement was noticed. Silence was complete and comforting. Children prepared for sleep gradually. The glow of candlelight or fire provided gentle reassurance. Blankets were arranged carefully, pillows set for comfort. The transition from wakefulness to rest was slow, deliberate. Parents or caretakers moved quietly, offering warmth, comfort, and security. The rhythm of the household slowed in tune with the darkness outside. For adults, evenings often included reflection, tasks reviewed, planning done for the following day, light reading from carefully held books or written notes. Simple music on small instruments might be played softly, filling the space with calm. Every note, every page turned was deliberate. Every action became part of the soft rhythm of night. The deeper night arrived with its quiet authority. Candles burned low, fires dwindled to glowing embers, shadows merged into corners, movement slowed to a whisper. Even the sound of breathing was measured, softened, and in harmony with the world outside. The household became a small circle of warmth, light, and stillness, nested in the vast, dark, sleeping village. Sleep came naturally, without artificial stimulation. Darkness, warmth, and the subtle sounds of home and hearth guided the body. Muscles relaxed, eyes closed, thoughts softened. The mind rested gently, lulled by the calm rhythm of evening, the fading warmth of fire, and the distant, steady quiet of the sleeping world beyond the walls. Night in a home without electricity was complete, immersive, and restorative. Each ember, each flicker, each soft sound created a gentle environment. Life slowed entirely, aligning with the natural passage of time. Every household, every room, every person participated in this quiet, measured rhythm. And as the hours stretched further into night, the village rested. Firelight dimmed to shadows, candles burned their last small length. Windows reflected the soft glow inside. Outside, streets and paths were silent. Stars stretched across the sky, steady and unbroken. The world rested fully, and within each home, life remained calm, present, and deeply at peace, waiting for the soft return of morning light.
Winter days in villages and small towns brought routines that were slow, deliberate, and fully in tune with the cold and the light. Morning often arrived quietly, with pale sun stretching across frost-covered roofs and fields. Each household moved carefully, aware of the chill in the air. Fire was attended immediately. Embers from the night before were coaxed back to life with gentle breaths and careful placement of wood. Its warmth spread gradually, filling rooms with a soft glow, creating a calm space to begin the day. Breakfast was deliberate and simple. Grains, porridge, small bits of preserved meat or roasted nuts provided sustenance. Hot beverages, water warmed over fire, tea or milk offered gentle warmth to hands and mouth. Every movement in preparation and consumption was slow, conscious, and careful. There was no rush. Time moved according to the rhythm of the day and the needs of the household, not by external urgency. Work began gradually. Even in deep winter, farm chores could not be ignored. Animals needed attention. Hay and water were brought to livestock. Barns were checked. Snow and ice required careful management, paths cleared to allow safe movement. The cold made every step deliberate. Every task required patience and awareness. Inside homes, chores continued at a gentle pace. Laundry, when possible, was done slowly. Heated water stirred over fire. Clothes and blankets dried near the hearth, absorbing warmth. Tools were checked, repaired, and arranged. Small woodworking, mending, or preparation of preserved foods became daily rituals, each task performed quietly and carefully. Afternoons moved slowly. Light diminished early, casting long, soft shadows across snowed streets and fields. People adjusted to the shorter hours. Tasks were timed by the fading daylight. There was awareness of the cold and the need to gather and preserve heat. Fire was tended frequently. Candles or small oil lamps were prepared for evening use. Evening brought the deepest calm. Families gathered near the hearth, sharing small meals, completing chores, or quietly telling stories. Every motion, every sound was measured. The flicker of candlelight painted soft, shifting shadows on walls and furniture. The air carried the familiar warmth and faint scent of smoke. The outside world was hushed under snow, muffled and softened, while inside, gentle presence created comfort and security. Night deepened slowly. Candles burned low. Fires settled to glowing embers. Windows reflected dim light. The village outside was silent. Snow muffled sound, leaving only the occasional call of a distant animal or the whisper of wind. Inside homes, movement slowed to almost imperceptible motion. Tasks were completed carefully, or attention shifted to reflection, reading, or quiet conversation. Children slept wrapped in blankets, breathing in time with the quiet of the household. Adults rested near the warmth of the fire, some reading or writing softly, others simply sitting in stillness, attuned to the rhythm of light, heat, and shadow. Every night unfolded as a gentle, continuous flow. The cold and darkness of winter emphasized the steady, measured rhythm of life without electricity. Work, rest, and attention to the environment blended seamlessly. Every action, no matter how small, was grounded in presence, awareness, and calm. Even storms, with wind and snow, were met with quiet patience. Fires were tended, pathways managed, and life continued in a slow, comforting cadence. As hours passed, the household quieted further. Embers glowed faintly, casting warmth and soft light. Candles flickered gently. The outside world remained still, blanketed in snow, distant and calm. Inside, breath slowed, muscles relaxed, and sleep settled into every bed and corner. The rhythm of winter, cold, and darkness became a guide, a gentle force leading bodies and minds into rest. And so, as the night deepened, the village slept fully. Firelight faded. Snow rested on rooftops and fields. Shadows merged with darkness. Silence prevailed. Inside every home, life rested in soft, steady alignment with natural rhythms. Sleep came gradually, carrying the comfort of warmth, hearth, and quiet. And all around, the world continued its slow, patient cycle, waiting gently for the return of morning light. As winter began to fade, the first hints of spring arrived quietly. Snow melted slowly, revealing patches of earth and the subtle green of early grass. Streams swelled gently with runoff from melting ice, their waters murmuring softly as they traveled across fields and through villages. The air carried a faint warmth, tinged with the smell of damp soil and new growth. Life began to stir again, moving slowly in rhythm with the changing season. Morning and early spring arrived gently. Light lengthened gradually, touching rooftops, fields, and trees. The sun rose higher, but still with a softness that made every shadow long and delicate. Inside homes, fire was still essential. Though the air was less harsh than winter, mornings were often cool. Embers were coaxed into flame, kindling carefully arranged, warmth spreading slowly through rooms. The smell of burning wood was steady and comforting, signaling the start of the day.
Breakfast reflected the season. Leftover preserved foods were combined with fresh greens or early vegetables. Grains and porridge warmed the body. Small portions of meat or dairy might accompany the meal. Every action in preparation and consumption was deliberate, unhurried, and calm. The pace of life remained steady, guided by daylight, temperature, and the ongoing rhythm of household tasks. Outside, the village began to awaken gradually. Paths, once slippery with ice, were now muddy or soft. Streams overflowed gently, and the sound of flowing water became a quiet accompaniment to daily movement. Farmers and villagers began preparing fields for planting. Tools were cleaned and repaired. Soil was turned carefully. Seeds were sown with patient hands, each movement measured and deliberate. The pace was slow, mindful, and entirely attuned to natural forces. Animals were tended as always. Livestock were fed, herded, and guided through softening fields. Birds returned to trees, singing quietly as the day warmed. Dogs, goats, and other domestic animals moved gently, each aware of the slow change in light, air, and temperature. Children played nearby, softly, learning to move with attention, their voices blending into the gentle soundscape of the village. Afternoons were quiet and measured. Light shifted slowly, illuminating different parts of homes, fields, and rivers. Shadows moved gently across walls, trees, and pathways. Tasks were timed to daylight, water, and temperature. Work continued with awareness, never rushed, never hurried. Each action, from planting a seed to drawing water from a stream, was part of a continuous, soothing rhythm. Evening arrived gradually. Light softened over fields and rivers, casting gold and rose across rooftops and hills. Fires were lit in homes. Food was prepared slowly. Candles or oil lamps added a warm, gentle glow, extending light into quiet corners. Families gathered near the hearth. Soft conversation or stories filled the air, blending with the subtle crackle of wood. Outside, the village grew calm. Sounds of animals settling, rivers moving, and wind through trees became more pronounced in the quieting evening. Night in spring was gentle and alive. Stars reflected faintly on wet fields and rivers. The moon cast soft silver light across rooftops and distant hills. Without electricity, the darkness was full and complete, enveloping the village in a protective calm. Inside, homes glowed softly with fire or candlelight. Every movement was careful, every sound deliberate. Sleep approached naturally, guided by dim light, warmth, and the quiet rhythm of the world. Seasons shaped every aspect of life. Spring was slow renewal. Fields prepared, animals cared for, homes cleaned and repaired. Every task attuned to natural rhythms, every moment present in the world's subtle changes. Without artificial light, without machines, life followed a gentle pulse. Light, work, rest, warmth, quiet. Each day unfolded gradually, intimately tied to the environment, softening the mind and body into awareness and calm. As night deepened, rivers settled into quiet currents. Fields became still. Animals rested. The village grew silent beneath the soft light of stars and moon. Fires in homes burned low. Embers glowed faintly. Candles flickered gently, casting shadows that merged with darkness. Inside, breath slowed, muscles relaxed, and sleep settled into every bed and corner.
Life in early spring, without electricity, moved with subtlety and presence. Every sound, every movement, every shift of light was felt fully. Days passed in steady, soothing rhythm. Nights deepened gently, offering rest, comfort, and quiet. And as the village slept beneath the slowly awakening world, the soft pulse of life continued, patient, calm, and unhurried. As spring fully arrived, the world seemed to stretch and awaken slowly,
in its own measured rhythm. Fields that had lain dormant through winter now bore early shoots of green. Rivers, swollen from melting snow, moved steadily, murmuring softly as they passed over rocks and under bridges. Birds returned in steady waves, singing quiet melodies that filled the morning with gentle sound. The air was warm, but not yet heavy, carrying the soft fragrance of wet earth, growing plants, and occasional blossoms. Morning in this season was slow and calm. Light lengthened further, touching rooftops, treetops, and fields in soft, diffuse beams. Inside homes, fire was still tended, though the chill had softened. Embers from the previous night were coaxed back into a steady flame. The warmth spread gradually across floors, walls, and furniture, blending with the soft, increasing daylight. Every household moved slowly into its morning rhythm, guided by natural light and temperature, not by any mechanical signal. Breakfast reflected the season. Fresh greens, grains, or lightly prepared vegetables joined preserved foods from winter. Meals were simple and quiet, eaten with deliberate attention. Hands worked slowly to stir porridge, cut small pieces of cheese, or prepare bread. Even the act of pouring water, milk, or tea into cups became part of a gentle rhythm. Every small action grounded people into awareness of their surroundings and the passage of the day. The village itself awakened gradually. Farmers and gardeners moved deliberately through fields, tending soil, checking crops, and sowing seeds in carefully measured rows. Each task was slow, mindful, and continuous. Tools were simple: hoes, spades, and rakes. Wooden buckets carried water from rivers or wells. Nets, ropes, and small carts were used with steady attention. The pace was never hurried. Nature dictated the timing of every action. Animals were tended carefully. Cows, goats, chickens, and other domestic creatures were fed and watered. Horses and oxen moved with slow, steady steps, their labor measured and consistent. Children followed quietly, helping in small ways, learning the rhythms of work without noise or rush. Birds sang softly from nearby trees, joining the gentle melody of wind and water. Every sound, every movement became part of the living rhythm of the day. Afternoons in spring were gentle and warm. Sunlight shifted across the land, lengthening shadows, illuminating new growth, and softening edges. Work continued with measured patience, watering, pruning, harvesting small early crops, or repairing tools and structures. Rivers reflected the sunlight, their surfaces shimmering gently as water flowed. Small boats might carry families or produce along calm stretches of water, moving slowly with the current, guided by oars or the wind. Evening arrived gradually, the light softening and stretching long across fields, rivers, and rooftops. Fires were lit inside homes, their warmth slowly filling rooms and kitchens. Meals were prepared quietly, eaten calmly. Families gathered near the hearth or on benches outside in mild weather. Candles or oil lamps extended the circle of light, casting gentle shadows across walls, floors, and furniture. Outside, the village fell into the soft stillness of fading day, punctuated only by birds returning to roost or the distant call of livestock. Night in spring was deep but gentle. Stars reflected softly in rivers and on wet fields. The moon cast pale light across rooftops and trees. Without electricity, darkness was complete, comforting and immersive. Sounds of wind, water, and animals became subtle companions, guiding sleep and rest. Inside homes, embers glowed faintly, candles flickered gently, breath slowed, muscles relaxed, minds softened into quiet awareness. Sleep arrived naturally, in harmony with the rhythm of nature. Throughout spring and into summer, life without electricity followed the pulse of the world. Light, warmth, wind, and water shaped every task. Work, rest, meals, and sleep blended into a slow, steady flow. Days were long, filled with gentle labor, attentive care of crops, animals, and homes. Nights were soft, quiet, and restorative. Every season reinforced the calm rhythm of life, connecting people closely to the natural world, their surroundings, and the slow unfolding of time. And as another night deepened, the village rested fully. Fields, rivers, and forests became quiet. Fires settled to glowing embers. Candles burned low. Shadows merged with darkness. The world, alive yet still, breathed in unison with those sleeping under its gentle rhythm. Life continued, calm, patient, and intimately attuned to every subtle shift of the day and night.
Summer arrived slowly, stretching the days with long, gentle light. The sun climbed high, warming fields, rooftops, and riverbanks. The air was rich with the scent of earth, flowers, and ripening crops. In villages and small towns, life moved at a calm, steady pace, shaped by the heat of day and the natural rhythm of light and shadow. Morning in summer was soft but bright. Sunlight filtered through trees and over rooftops, creating pools of warmth that spread gradually across floors and walls. Fire was still tended in many homes, though less for warmth and more for cooking or boiling water. Embers glowed steadily, small but steady companions to the rising sun. The warmth spread slowly, blending with daylight and signaling the start of the day. Breakfast was quiet and deliberate. Freshly harvested vegetables, grains, small portions of meat or cheese, and warm porridge were common. Water or milk was poured carefully into cups. Each action was slow, mindful, and deliberate. People moved gently, listening to the soft sounds of the morning, birds calling, leaves rustling, the distant flow of water in rivers and streams. Fields and gardens filled with steady activity. Farmers worked under the sun, their movements deliberate and patient. Watering, weeding, planting, and tending crops were done with care, guided entirely by natural light and temperature. Tools were simple: wooden handles, metal blades, ropes, baskets. Every action was measured, continuous, and in tune with the world around them. Animals were fed, herded, and observed carefully. Chickens scratched in the dirt. Cows grazed slowly, moving in small, deliberate steps. Goats and sheep followed the paths through fields and pastures. Horses and oxen worked steadily, pulling plows or carts. Every step and movement followed the natural rhythm of the land, guided by awareness rather than urgency. Afternoons stretched long in the summer sun. Light shifted slowly across rooftops, fields, and rivers, illuminating work and softening shadows. People sought shade during the hottest hours, resting quietly or tending indoor tasks. Water from streams or wells provided refreshment. Children might play softly nearby, moving slowly under careful supervision. Rivers and lakes reflected sunlight, sparkling gently, offering cool respite for those who traveled or worked nearby. Evening arrived with soft transitions. The sun lowered gradually, painting fields and rivers in muted golds, oranges, and soft purples. Fires were lit inside homes, small and gentle,
providing light as darkness approached. Meals were prepared carefully and eaten slowly. Families gathered near the hearth or on porches, the warmth of fire and lingering sunlight creating calm. Candles or oil lamps were lit, extending light into quiet corners. Shadows stretched, moved, and merged softly with fading daylight. Night in summer was gentle, still, and full of subtle sounds. Crickets and other insects hummed steadily in the fields. The distant murmur of rivers and the rustle of leaves became companions to quiet sleep. Stars stretched endlessly across the sky. The moon, pale and luminous, cast soft reflections on rooftops and rivers. Without electricity, darkness was complete and immersive, guiding sleep naturally. Inside homes, embers glowed faintly, candles flickered, and breath slowed. Muscles relaxed, minds softened into calm awareness. Summer also brought storms, soft at first, then more insistent. Rain fell in steady sheets, tapping rooftops and windows. Wind shifted branches, rustled leaves, and moved water in streams and rivers. Fires were adjusted, shelters secured, and tasks adapted carefully to the weather. Every action remained deliberate, steady, and in tune with natural forces. Even in storms, life followed the slow, patient rhythm of awareness and calm presence. Through the long summer days and warm nights, life without electricity followed the pulse of the natural world. Light, heat, wind, and water guided every task. Work and rest alternated gently. Every day was a continuous, quiet flow of activity, care, and attention. Nights were soft and restorative, filled with subtle sounds of insects, water, and wind. Life was intimate with the environment, steady, calm, and fully present. As the night deepened, fields, rivers, and rooftops became still. Fires settled to glowing embers. Candles flickered low. Shadows merged with darkness. Villages rested beneath stars and moonlight, breathing in slow, steady rhythm. Inside homes, sleep took hold fully. Breath softened, muscles relaxed, and minds drifted gently. Life continued, patient, quiet, and harmoniously aligned with the gentle unfolding of days and nights.
Late summer arrived with a slow golden warmth. Fields ripened fully, the grass and crops heavy with growth, the earth warm beneath every step. Villages moved at a gentle, steady pace, guided by light, temperature, and the ongoing rhythm of life. Every action was deliberate, measured, and attentive to the natural world. Morning in late summer was soft and luminous. Sunlight filtered across roofs, trees, and fields in a gentle, steady glow. Inside homes, fire was tended for cooking, its warmth spreading slowly across floors and walls. The air carried the earthy scent of soil, ripening crops, and faint floral notes from nearby gardens. Every household moved into the day with calm awareness, attending to small tasks in measured rhythm. Breakfast was quiet and simple. Fresh vegetables, grains, fruit, and small portions of preserved foods nourished the body. Water, milk, or herbal infusions were poured carefully into cups. Each motion was slow and attentive. Every bite was deliberate, every sip absorbed with calm focus. The rhythm of morning was shaped entirely by natural light, the warmth of fire, and the subtle sounds of life awakening around the village. Fields and gardens were filled with steady activity. Crops were checked for ripeness. Harvesting was deliberate and careful. Tools, wooden handles, metal blades, woven baskets were used slowly with attention to detail. Watering, weeding, and maintaining the land followed the natural movement of the sun and the conditions of the soil.
Work was patient and continuous, guided by seasons rather than clocks. Animals were tended with the same gentle care. Livestock moved slowly across pastures. Horses, oxen, and goats followed familiar paths, guided by handlers' steady hands. Chickens pecked softly in the dirt. Cows grazed with measured steps. Every interaction was careful, aware of both the animals and the surrounding environment. Even small children learned to move gently, following the rhythm of work without hurry. Afternoons were long and warm. Sunlight shifted slowly across land and water. Shadows stretched and softened. People sought shade under trees or inside homes during the peak heat. Tasks were adapted to temperature and daylight. Water was drawn from wells or rivers. Crops were tended. Harvested produce was stored carefully, keeping freshness for future months. Movement was slow, deliberate, and in harmony with natural conditions. Evening arrived softly. Sunlight faded across fields, rooftops, and rivers. Fires were lit inside homes, and simple meals were prepared slowly. Families gathered near the hearth. Children settled for the night, and soft conversation or quiet reflection filled rooms. Candles and oil lamps extended light gently into corners. Shadows flickered and merged with the dimming glow of the day. Outside, the village was calm, bathed in the warm, fading hues of sunset. Late summer, like every season without electricity, followed its own slow, continuous rhythm. Work, rest, care for animals and land, meals and sleep blended seamlessly. Every day passed in steady, patient progression. Nights were quiet, restorative, filled with subtle sounds of the world. Life was intimate with light, temperature, wind, water, and earth, teaching awareness, calm, and gentle presence. As another night deepened, fields lay still, rivers murmured softly, roofs and roads were silent. Fires settled to embers, candles flickered low, and shadows merged completely with darkness. Inside homes, people slept deeply, moving naturally with the quiet rhythm of the world. Life without electricity continued patiently, calmly, and intimately attuned to the steady pulse of days and nights, preparing gently for the approaching autumn. Autumn arrived gradually, with cooler air and softening light. The heat of summer faded slowly, replaced by crisp mornings and gentle golden afternoons. Leaves shifted from green to warm shades of amber, rust, and gold, falling softly to the ground, adding a quiet texture to roads, fields, and paths. Villages adjusted to the changing season, moving in slow, deliberate rhythm, attuned to the temperature, light, and the work of harvest. Mornings in autumn were soft and muted. Sunlight filtered through thinning trees, spreading slowly across rooftops and fields. Inside homes, fire was tended carefully, spreading warmth through rooms. The air carried the scent of dry leaves, damp soil, and wood smoke. Every movement was deliberate, every task gentle. The rhythm of the household slowed naturally with the season, guiding bodies and minds into awareness of the environment. Breakfast was nourishing and steady. Grain porridge, preserved fruits, roasted nuts, and small portions of meat or cheese provided warmth and energy. Water, milk, or herbal teas were poured carefully. Each motion, stirring, pouring, cutting, serving, was slow and mindful. Eating became a quiet ritual, a steady beginning to the day. Fields and gardens required careful attention. Crops matured, fruits ripened, and vegetables were harvested deliberately. Every step in the fields was measured, every basket filled with gentle care. Tools, wooden handles, woven baskets, metal blades were used slowly, mindfully. Watering, pruning, harvesting, and preparing for winter followed the natural rhythm of light and warmth, never hurried, always steady. Animals were tended with patient attention. Chickens moved softly through yards, cows grazed steadily in pastures, and goats and sheep wandered slowly along familiar paths. Horses and oxen assisted in fieldwork, moving with deliberate steps. Children observed and learned, guided by adults, moving quietly and respectfully alongside the animals in the land. Every movement in autumn was gentle, measured, and calm. Afternoons stretched long, but gradually cooled. Sunlight mellowed, lengthening shadows across fields and rooftops. Work continued quietly, often shifting indoors as the day progressed. Preservation of foods for winter became important. Grains stored in sacks, fruits dried slowly, meats smoked or salted. Everything moved slowly, deliberately, in harmony with the season. Evening arrived with soft, fading light. Fires were lit in homes, glowing steadily and filling rooms with warmth. Simple meals were prepared and eaten slowly. Families gathered near hearths, quietly completing small tasks, mending clothes or sharing calm conversation. Candles and oil lamps extended light into corners, their glow soft and steady. Shadows shifted gently, merging with the fading daylight, creating an atmosphere of comfort and calm. Night in autumn was long and soothing. The air was cooler, carrying subtle scents of wood, dry leaves, and earth. Crickets hummed gently, rivers murmured softly, and wind rustled through trees and fields. Stars spread across the sky in steady patterns. The moon cast silver light across rooftops, streets, and fields. Darkness was complete, embracing, and protective. Inside homes, embers glowed faintly, casting warmth and light. Candles flickered gently, illuminating small corners and objects. Breath slowed, muscles relaxed, minds softened into quiet awareness. Sleep arrived naturally, guided by the rhythm of the season, the warmth of fire, and the calm of night. Storms in autumn were gentle but noticeable. Rain tapped softly on rooftops, wind shifted leaves and branches, and rivers flowed steadily with runoff. Tasks were adapted carefully, fires adjusted, animals moved safely, food preserved, and water managed. Life continued at measured pace, guided entirely by awareness, natural light, temperature, and the changing season. Autumn, like all seasons without electricity, followed a patient, continuous rhythm. Days were filled with calm labor, careful tending of fields and animals, and attention to household needs. Nights were restorative, quiet, and immersive. Life moved intimately with the natural pulse of the world, teaching patience, mindfulness, and gentle presence. As night deepened, leaves settled on the ground. Fires glowed softly. Candles flickered low. Shadows merged fully with darkness. Villages rested beneath a quiet sky. Inside homes, people slept deeply, aligned with the calm rhythm of the world. Life without electricity moved steadily, patiently, and intimately, preparing slowly for the coming winter, for rest, warmth, and the quiet passage of another year. As late autumn settled fully, the days grew shorter and cooler, and the nights stretched long over rooftops, fields, and quiet villages. The air carried the scent of damp leaves, drying hay, and the distant smoke of hearths. Life moved slowly, deliberately, guided by the remaining light, the cool air, and the ongoing rhythm of preparation for winter. Mornings were soft and quiet. Sunlight, pale and gentle, filtered through bare branches and across frost-tipped grass. Inside homes, fire was tended carefully. Embers from the previous night glowed faintly before being coaxed into a steady flame. The warmth spread gradually, filling rooms with a comforting glow and softening the chill that clung to walls, floors, and furniture. Every household moved slowly into its morning rhythm, guided by the light, temperature, and subtle sounds of the outside world. Breakfast was deliberate and nourishing. Porridge, grains, dried fruits, and preserved meats were prepared slowly over fire. Water or milk was poured carefully into cups, each movement unhurried and mindful. Eating became a quiet, deliberate ritual, a steady beginning to the day, setting the tone for work, reflection, and gentle activity. Fields and gardens required careful attention. Crops were harvested fully before the frost arrived. Seeds for next year were stored in dry places. Fruits and vegetables were preserved through drying, salting, or root storage. Every movement, lifting baskets, checking barrels, cutting plants, was deliberate, guided by awareness and patience. Nature dictated the pace. Work moved steadily with the shortening daylight and the cooler air. Animals were tended with patient care. Chickens returned to coops earlier as the days shortened. Cows and goats were moved gently to sheltered areas. Horses and oxen completed field work, moving in slow, steady steps. Children followed quietly, observing and learning to move in rhythm with the land, the animals, and the pace of work. Every sound, every motion, and every breath became part of a continuous, calming rhythm. Afternoons were brief and mellow. Sunlight softened, shadows stretched long, and the air cooled further. Fires in homes were tended more carefully, warming kitchens and living spaces. Water was drawn and heated. Small indoor tasks, mending clothes, sharpening tools, preparing food, were performed deliberately. Life became quieter, slower, more attentive, entirely in harmony with the shortening days. Evening arrived gently. Fires were lit in every home, glowing steadily, spreading warmth and comfort. Simple meals were prepared slowly, eaten with attention and calm. Families gathered near hearths. Quiet conversation, soft storytelling, or reflective silence filled rooms. Candles and oil lamps extended light into corners, their glow soft and steady. Shadows flickered gently on walls and floors, merging slowly with fading daylight. Night in late autumn was long, cool, and quiet. The air carried the subtle sounds of rustling leaves, distant rivers, and occasional night birds. Stars were bright and steady. The moon cast a soft glow across rooftops, paths, and fields. Darkness was deep and complete, embracing the village and guiding rest. Inside homes, fires dwindled to glowing embers. Candles flickered softly, providing small pools of light. Breath slowed, muscles relaxed, minds drifted into calm awareness. Sleep arrived naturally, guided by the rhythm of the season, the warmth of fire, and the soft, immersive sounds of night. Late autumn storms were subtle yet steady. Rain fell gently on rooftops. Wind shifted leaves and branches. Rivers and streams carried runoff quietly. Fires were tended. Food and water were carefully managed. Movement outside slowed. Inside, life continued in deliberate, measured rhythm. Every action was guided by awareness, patience, and a deep connection to natural cycles. Life in late autumn without electricity followed a gentle, immersive rhythm. Days were filled with patient work, careful tending of animals and fields, and steady attention to household needs. Nights were calm, restorative, and full of subtle natural sounds. Every day and night deepened awareness, presence, and the quiet understanding of life's continuous, slow flow. As night fully settled, leaves rested on the ground, fires glowed softly, candles flickered low, shadows merged completely with darkness, villages and fields became still. Inside homes, people slept deeply, breathing in time with the quiet rhythm of the world. Life without electricity continued patiently, calmly, and fully attuned to the gentle unfolding of days and nights, preparing slowly for the approach of winter and the continuing steady cycle of the seasons.
Winter arrived gradually, folding the landscape in soft blankets of snow, frost, and stillness. Villages and towns slowed almost entirely under the cold, crisp air. Roofs, roads, and open fields were coated in white, reflecting pale light from the low sun during the day. The air carried a faint scent of frozen earth, wood smoke, and the quiet resilience of life enduring in the cold. Mornings were pale and slow. The sun rose gently, barely warming the frost-tipped rooftops and fields. Inside homes, fire was tended carefully, coaxed back to steady warmth from the dim embers of night. The heat spread gradually, filling rooms and softening the chill that clung to corners. Every movement, lifting logs, arranging kindling, stirring water, was deliberate, slow, and conscious. The day began quietly, guided by light, warmth, and awareness. Breakfast was simple and nourishing. Porridge, dried fruits, roasted nuts, and preserved meats provided energy. Water or milk was poured carefully into cups. Each motion, stirring, slicing, lifting, was deliberate. Eating was a calm, immersive ritual, connecting body and mind to the rhythm of the day and the comfort of warmth. Outside, winter demanded patience. Paths were slippery with ice or packed snow. Movement was slow, careful, deliberate. Animals were tended closely. Cows, goats, and sheep were guided to shelter and feed. Chickens kept in coops, and horses and oxen moved steadily, completing necessary work without hurry. Children followed slowly, learning the rhythm of care and awareness of the cold world around them. Field work, though limited, continued. Wood was chopped for warmth. Ice might be broken in wells or streams. Food and water were managed carefully. Every action required awareness and attention, every movement guided by light, temperature, and safety. Nature dictated the pace. Winter slowed life, teaching patience, attentiveness, and gentle presence. Afternoons were short and cool. Sunlight moved slowly across snow and frost, illuminating rooftops, rivers, and fields in soft, muted patterns. Inside homes, small indoor tasks were performed, mending clothes, preparing preserved food, cleaning and organizing. Every motion was careful, every task slow. The day unfolded quietly, immersed in calm, steady rhythm. Evening came early, carrying deepening shadows and gentle cold. Fires were lit in every home, spreading warmth and a soft glow. Simple meals were prepared slowly, eaten deliberately. Families gathered near hearths, completing small chores or quietly sharing conversation. Candles and oil lamps extended light into corners, their flicker creating calm, shifting shadows. Outside, the village grew still, muffled under snow, with only soft sounds of wind, distant animals, or rivers moving beneath ice. Night in winter was profound and immersive. Stars reflected faintly on snow and rooftops. The moon cast silver light across frozen fields. Darkness was complete and comforting, guiding sleep naturally. Inside homes, embers glowed faintly, candles flickered softly, and warmth radiated gently. Breath slowed, muscles relaxed, minds softened into quiet awareness. Sleep arrived fully, guided by the rhythm of the world outside and the warmth of the hearth. Winter storms arrived gently but steadily. Snow fell in quiet sheets. Wind shifted rooftops, branches, and snowdrifts. Fires were tended continuously. Water was drawn and heated. Food was managed carefully. Every movement outside was slow, deliberate, and cautious. Inside, life remained patient, gentle, and fully attuned to natural rhythms. Every sound, wind, snow, distant animal, crackling fire, became a companion in the quiet rhythm of night. Throughout winter, life without electricity followed steady, immersive patterns. Days were filled with deliberate work, careful attention to animals and the environment, and gentle domestic activity. Nights were long, restorative, and full of subtle natural sounds. Every moment was aligned with the pulse of the season, teaching patience, calm, and attentive presence. As night deepened fully, snow rested softly on rooftops, fields, and roads. Fires glowed faintly, candles flickered low, shadows merged completely with darkness. Villages were still. Inside homes, people slept deeply, breathing in quiet rhythm with the world around them. Life moved patiently, calmly, and in harmony with the slow, steady cycle of days and nights, carrying bodies and minds gently through the long winter toward the promise of spring again.
The deep winter nights stretched long over villages, towns, and open countryside. Snow lay thick on rooftops, roads, and fields. Trees stood bare, their branches outlined sharply against pale moonlight. The air was cold and still, carrying a faint crispness that seemed to slow every movement. Life inside homes moved slowly, carefully, measured by warmth, light, and the quiet pulse of necessity. Morning arrived softly. The sun rose low, pale, and steady, casting long, gentle shadows across snow-dusted rooftops and frozen fields. Inside, fires were coaxed back to life. Embers glowed faintly before kindling and logs were added, gradually spreading warmth through rooms. The air carried the familiar scent of wood smoke and the subtle warmth of a household tending slowly to its morning needs. Every motion, stirring embers, lifting wood, pouring water, was deliberate, quiet, and measured. Breakfast was slow and sustaining. Grains, porridge, dried fruits, and preserved meats provided the body with energy. Water or milk, warmed over fire, was poured carefully into cups. Each movement, each bite was intentional. Eating became a small ritual of patience and presence, connecting body, mind, and home to the rhythm of the cold day outside. Outside, winter dictated every action. Snow muffled sound, making each footstep soft and deliberate. Paths were slippery. Every movement was attentive and careful. Animals were tended continuously. Chickens stayed huddled in coops. Cows and goats were guided gently to feeding areas, and horses and oxen moved steadily under the watchful attention of their handlers. Children learned to move quietly, observing the rhythm of work and the steady calm required by the cold, snowed world. Daily chores were deliberate. Wood was chopped and stacked carefully. Wells were checked, ice broken if necessary, and food stored or prepared for future meals. The cold required patience. Everything moved slowly with deliberate attention. Even small tasks inside the home, mending clothing, preparing dried foods, arranging bedding, were conducted in calm, steady motion, guided by the faint light of the fire and the slow, steady passing of winter daylight. Afternoons were short. Light faded early, stretching long, pale shadows across rooftops, snow, and fields. People shifted their focus indoors. Fires glowed steadily, filling rooms with gentle warmth. Work continued at a slower pace. Quiet conversation, reflection, or reading by firelight filled homes. Every task was slow,
measured and immersed in the rhythm of the season. Evenings arrived gradually. Fires became the central focus. Meals were prepared carefully, eaten slowly. Families gathered near the hearth, sharing soft conversation, small tasks, or quiet reflection. Candles or oil lamps extended a modest glow, casting shifting shadows that moved gently with the flicker of flame. Outside, snow-covered streets and fields were silent, punctuated only by faint wind, distant animals, or the gentle flow of water under ice. Night in deep winter was profound, immersive, and complete. Stars stretched endlessly across the sky. The moon cast silver light across rooftops, snow, and frozen rivers. The world felt quiet, protective, and vast. Inside homes, fires burned low, casting gentle warmth. Candles flickered softly. Breath slowed. Muscles relaxed. Minds softened into quiet awareness. Sleep came naturally, guided by the rhythm of fire, warmth, darkness, and the subtle soundscape of winter. Storms sometimes arrived with soft insistence. Snow fell in gentle sheets, wind moved across rooftops and branches, rivers flowed beneath ice. Tasks were adapted carefully. Fires were tended continuously, animals moved safely, and food and water were managed with patient attention. Every sound, wind, snow, creaking wood, crackling embers, became part of the quiet rhythm that guided awareness and rest. Throughout deep winter, life without electricity followed a slow, steady pulse. Days were filled with careful work, attentive care of animals and home, and gentle domestic activity. Nights were long, immersive, and restorative. Every moment was aligned with light, temperature, and the calm rhythm of nature. Patience, presence, and quiet awareness were cultivated naturally. As night deepened, snow rested softly. Roofs, streets, and fields were still. Fires glowed faintly. Candles flickered low. Shadows merged completely with darkness. Villages slept under starry skies. Inside homes, people lay quietly, breathing in slow rhythm with the world outside. Life moved patiently, calmly, and in harmony with the slow unfolding of winter nights, carrying every household gently through darkness, warmth, and the soft rhythm of sleep. The quiet of deep winter stretched endlessly over villages, fields, and forests. Snow lay thick, softening every sound, muffling steps, and smoothing the edges of the landscape. Trees stood bare and still, their branches outlined against the pale, steady glow of moonlight. The air was crisp, carrying faint scents of wood smoke, earth beneath frost, and the lingering warmth of hearths inside homes. Life moved slowly, deliberately, in harmony with the long nights and short days. Mornings arrived softly, with pale sunlight brushing rooftops, trees, and frozen fields. Inside, fires were coaxed to life carefully. Embers glowed faintly before logs were added, and warmth spread gradually through rooms. The air inside homes was infused with the gentle scent of wood smoke, mingling with the lingering chill. Every motion, lifting firewood, arranging kindling, stirring water, preparing breakfast, was deliberate, slow, and mindful, grounding those within the household to the rhythm of the day. Breakfast was a quiet, calming ritual. Porridge, dried fruits, roasted nuts, or preserved meats were warmed over fire. Water or milk was poured carefully. Every movement, stirring, cutting, lifting, was gentle and deliberate. Eating was slow and immersive, a connection between body, mind, and the quiet world of winter outside. The pace of morning set a steady rhythm for the day, one measured by light, temperature, and the soft pulse of household life. Outside, winter continued to dictate the flow of movement and work. Snow muffled sound, and paths were slick or uneven. Every step was careful, deliberate, fully aware of the icy, frozen world. Animals required patient attention. Chickens were kept safely in coops. Cows, goats, and sheep moved slowly to sheltered pastures. Horses and oxen worked steadily, guided with deliberate calm by their handlers. Children followed quietly, observing and learning to move with patience, awareness, and respect for the slow rhythm of winter life. Chores inside and outside the home required gentle, continuous attention. Firewood was chopped and stacked. Wells were cleared of ice. Food was preserved and managed carefully, ensuring supplies would last. Small indoor tasks, mending clothing, repairing tools, preparing dried vegetables or meat, were performed in steady, mindful rhythm. Every movement, every sound became part of the calm, immersive flow of the day. Afternoons were short and pale. Sunlight shifted slowly, creating long, soft shadows across rooftops, snow, and frozen fields. People often moved indoors, tending fires, preparing meals, or completing household tasks. Quiet conversation or reflection might fill rooms. Every action was slow, deliberate, and immersed in awareness. The day progressed gently, measured by warmth, light, and the quiet pulse of winter. Evening arrived with soft inevitability. Fires glowed steadily, filling rooms with warmth. Simple meals were prepared and eaten slowly. Families gathered near hearths, completing chores or quietly sharing stories. Candles and oil lamps extended light into corners, their glow gentle and steady. Shadows flickered and shifted softly on walls and floors, merging with the dim light of embers. Outside, snow lay thick and still. The village was calm, muffled, and quiet. Night in winter was profound and embracing. Stars spread across the sky in slow, steady patterns. The moon cast silver light on snow, rooftops, and frozen rivers. Darkness was deep, immersive, and protective. Inside homes, embers glowed faintly. Candles flickered softly, illuminating only what was needed. Breath slowed, muscles relaxed, minds drifted gently into calm awareness. Sleep arrived naturally, guided by the rhythm of the season, the warmth of fire, and the quiet, immersive sounds of wind, snow, and distant animals. Occasional winter storms moved across the land. Snow fell steadily, wind shifted branches, and ice formed along edges of rivers and streams. Fires were tended constantly. Food and water were managed carefully. Movement outside was cautious and deliberate. Inside, life continued in measured, slow rhythm. Every sound, from snow settling on roofs to the faint crackle of fire, became part of the calm, immersive rhythm of the night. Throughout winter, life without electricity followed a slow, steady, and immersive pulse. Days were filled with careful labor, tending of animals in fields, and quiet household tasks. Nights were long, restorative, and full of subtle, calming, natural sounds. Each day and night deepened awareness, patience, and gentle presence. As night deepened fully, snow rested on rooftops, trees, and fields. Fires glowed faintly, candles flickered low. Shadows merged completely with darkness. Villages were still, and homes were warm and quiet. People slept deeply, breathing in rhythm with the world outside. Life moved patiently, calmly, and harmoniously, carrying all through the long winter nights with warmth, stillness, and gentle, immersive calm.
Winter deepened further, stretching nights and quieting the world beneath soft blankets of snow. Fields lay still, forests stood silent, and villages moved at a slow, deliberate pace, shaped entirely by cold, light, and the steady rhythm of human care. The air was crisp and still, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke, frost, and the quiet endurance of life in cold months. Mornings were pale and gradual. Sunlight crept slowly over rooftops and snow-covered fields. Inside, fires were coaxed to life, embers glowing faintly before logs were added to produce steady warmth. The heat spread slowly, filling rooms and softening the chill in corners. Every movement, lifting wood, arranging kindling, stirring water, preparing simple breakfast, was deliberate, unhurried, and attentive. The day began in quiet harmony with the season. Breakfast was steady and mindful. Warm porridge, dried fruits, roasted nuts, and preserved meats nourished the body. Water or milk, gently heated over fire, was poured carefully. Each action, from stirring to lifting a spoon, was deliberate. Eating was slow, immersive, and grounding, connecting the household to the rhythm of the cold day and the warmth of the hearth. Outside, winter dictated movement. Snow muffled every sound, making each step soft and cautious. Paths were slick or uneven, and work required deliberate attention. Animals were cared for patiently. Chickens stayed within coops, cows and goats moved slowly to sheltered areas, and horses and oxen worked steadily under careful guidance. Children observed and learned, moving quietly in rhythm with work, animals, and the quiet landscape. Daily chores were deliberate and continuous. Wood was chopped and stacked carefully, ice cleared from wells and troughs, and food prepared and preserved for the weeks ahead. Small indoor tasks, mending clothing, sharpening tools, arranging supplies, were performed with attention and patience. Every movement, every sound, and every breath became part of the calm, immersive rhythm of winter life. Afternoons were brief, and light was soft. Shadows stretched long over rooftops, snow, and frozen fields. People tended fires, prepared meals, and completed household tasks slowly and mindfully. Quiet reflection, gentle conversation, or small indoor crafts filled rooms. Each task was performed deliberately, every movement slow and aware, entirely attuned to the conditions of winter light and cold. Evenings arrived with soft inevitability. Fires glowed warmly, spreading light and comfort. Meals were simple and prepared slowly, eaten deliberately. Families gathered near the hearth. Soft conversation, quiet reflection, and the completion of small tasks created calm, comforting routines. Candles or oil lamps extended gentle illumination into corners. Shadows flickered softly on walls, merging with the glow of firelight. Outside, snow-covered streets, rooftops, and fields were still and silent. Night in deep winter was long, immersive, and profoundly quiet. Stars glimmered steadily across the clear sky. The moon cast silver light on rooftops, snow, and frozen rivers. Darkness was complete and comforting, guiding natural sleep. Inside homes, embers glowed faintly, candles flickered low, and warmth radiated gently. Breath slowed, muscles relaxed, minds softened. Sleep arrived naturally, guided by fire, warmth, darkness, and the subtle, calming sounds of wind, snow, and distant animals. Winter storms sometimes arrived gently, moving across rooftops and fields. Snow fell in steady sheets. Wind shifted branches and snowdrifts. Fires were tended constantly. Food and water were managed carefully. Movement outside was slow, deliberate, and cautious. Every sound, the settling of snow, the creak of wood, the soft crackle of embers, became part of the immersive rhythm of life in winter. Life without electricity in deep winter
followed a slow, steady, and calming rhythm. Days were filled with careful work, attentive care of animals and household, and gentle indoor activity. Nights were long, restorative, and full of subtle natural sounds. Every moment was aligned with light, temperature, and the quiet pulse of winter. Patience, presence, and gentle awareness were cultivated naturally. As night deepened fully, snow lay softly on rooftops, roads, and fields. Fires glowed faintly, candles flickered low, shadows merged completely with darkness. Villages rested beneath starry skies. Inside homes, people slept deeply, breathing in rhythm with the quiet world outside. Life moved patiently, calmly, and harmoniously, carrying everyone through the long winter nights with warmth, stillness, and quiet, immersive calm.
The heart of winter settled fully over the land. Snow lay deep, softening rooftops, roads, fields, and forests. The world outside was muted, every sound hushed, every movement softened by the blanket of white. Villages moved slowly, deliberately, guided entirely by the faint winter sunlight, warmth of fires, and the quiet rhythms of household life. Mornings were pale and measured. Sunlight rose gently, casting long, soft shadows over snow-covered rooftops and trees. Inside homes, fires were tended carefully, embers glowing faintly before logs were added. Heat spread gradually, filling rooms and blending with the cool air. Every action, lifting firewood, arranging kindling, stirring water, preparing breakfast, was deliberate, slow, and attentive. The day began softly, in harmony with the cold, quiet world outside. Breakfast was nourishing and deliberate. Warm porridge, grains, dried fruits, roasted nuts, or preserved meats provided steady energy. Water or milk was poured carefully into cups, warmed gently over fire. Every movement was slow and mindful. Eating became a quiet ritual of grounding, connecting the household to the rhythm of the day, the warmth of the hearth, and the soft silence of winter mornings. Outside, life was slowed and deliberate. Paths were slippery under snow and ice, each step measured. Animals were tended with patient care. Chickens remained safely in coops. Cows and goats were guided to sheltered areas, and horses and oxen moved slowly, completing necessary work under careful supervision. Children observed quietly, learning the rhythm of work, the care of animals, and the slow pace demanded by winter. Daily chores required attention and patience. Wood was chopped and stacked carefully. Wells and water troughs were checked and cleared of ice. Food was preserved and arranged for ease of use in long, cold weeks. Small indoor tasks, mending clothing, sharpening tools, sorting grains, preparing dried foods, were performed deliberately and carefully. Every movement, every breath became part of the steady, immersive rhythm of life in winter. Afternoons were short and cool. Sunlight shifted gradually across snow and rooftops, creating long, soft shadows. Fires glowed warmly inside homes. Quiet work continued, indoor chores, mending, preparing meals, or organizing supplies. Soft conversation or reflection often filled rooms. Every task was slow, deliberate, and performed with full awareness of the environment, the diminishing daylight, and the steady rhythm of the season. Evening arrived gently. Fires glowed steadily, spreading warmth throughout homes. Meals were prepared and eaten slowly. Families gathered near the hearth. Tasks were completed with attention and care. Candlelight and oil lamps extended soft illumination into corners. Shadows flickered gently on walls, merging with the warm glow of firelight. Outside, snow-covered streets and fields were still and silent,
muffled under the deep winter blanket. Night in the heart of winter was profound, immersive, and protective. Stars spread endlessly across the sky. The moon cast silver light on rooftops, snow, and frozen rivers. Darkness was complete, guiding natural sleep. Inside homes, embers glowed faintly, candles flickered softly, breath slowed, muscles relaxed, minds softened. Sleep arrived naturally, carried by the rhythm of the season, the warmth of fire, and the gentle, immersive sounds of wind, snow, and distant animals. Winter storms moved in quietly, laying soft sheets of snow, shifting branches, and deepening drifts. Fires were tended continuously. Water and food were managed carefully. Movement outside slowed, deliberate and cautious. Every sound, the settling of snow, the distant murmur of rivers beneath ice, the soft crackle of embers, became part of the steady rhythm of life. Life without electricity during deep winter followed a slow, deliberate, and immersive pulse. Days were filled with careful labor, patient tending of animals, and mindful indoor work. Nights were long, restorative, and full of subtle, calming natural sounds. Every movement, every moment was aligned with light, temperature, and the quiet pulse of winter. Patience, presence, and gentle awareness were cultivated naturally, deeply, and steadily. As night fully deepened, snow rested on rooftops, roads, and fields. Fires glowed faintly, candles flickered low, shadows merged with darkness. Villages were still under starry skies. Inside homes, people slept peacefully, breathing in rhythm with the quiet world outside. Life moved patiently, calmly, and in harmony with the long winter nights, carrying everyone gently through darkness, warmth, and quiet, immersive calm.
The deepest nights of winter stretched endlessly over the snow-covered land. Roofs, roads, fields, and forests lay silent under thick white blankets, softening every sound and slowing every movement. Villages moved deliberately, measured by light, warmth, and the slow, continuous rhythm of life in cold months. Outside, the air was crisp and still, carrying faint scents of wood smoke, frozen earth, and the quiet endurance of survival in winter. Morning arrived softly, with pale sunlight barely reaching through low clouds and bare trees. Inside homes, fires were coaxed to life from glowing embers. Logs were added carefully, spreading warmth slowly through rooms. Every motion, stirring embers, arranging kindling, lifting water, preparing breakfast, was deliberate, unhurried, and attentive. The household moved gently, grounded in the rhythm of the cold, quiet world outside. Breakfast was slow and steady. Warm porridge, dried fruits, roasted nuts, or preserved meats provided energy for the long, cold day. Water or milk was poured carefully into cups, heated gently over fire. Each motion was deliberate and mindful. Eating became a grounding ritual, connecting body, mind, and household to the rhythm of the day, the warmth of the fire, and the muted quiet of winter. Outside, life was slowed and deliberate. Snow muffled sound, softening footsteps and movement. Paths were slick, each step careful. Animals were tended patiently. Chickens remained in coops. Cows and goats moved slowly to sheltered areas, and horses and oxen completed work with deliberate care. Children observed quietly, learning the rhythm of work, the attention required by animals, and the slow pace demanded by winter. Daily chores continued in careful rhythm. Firewood was chopped and stacked. Wells and troughs were checked and cleared of ice. Food was preserved and organized for long winter weeks. Small indoor tasks, mending clothing, sharpening tools, sorting grains,
preparing dried foods, were performed slowly and deliberately. Every motion, every breath became part of the steady, immersive flow of life in winter. Afternoons were brief and cool. Sunlight moved softly across rooftops, snow and frozen fields, stretching long shadows. Fires glowed steadily in homes. Quiet work continued, indoor chores, mending, preparing meals, organizing supplies. Reflection or soft conversation filled rooms. Every task was performed slowly, attentively, and in harmony with the dim light and quiet pulse of winter. Evenings arrived gently. Fires glowed warmly, spreading light and comfort throughout the home. Meals were prepared carefully and eaten slowly. Families gathered near the hearth. Tasks were completed with attention and care. Candles and oil lamps extended gentle illumination into corners, shadows flickering softly on walls, merging with the glow of embers. Outside, snow-covered streets and fields were still and silent, muffled under the deep winter blanket. Night in deep winter was immersive, quiet, and protective. Stars stretched steadily across the sky. The moon cast silver light on rooftops, snow, and frozen rivers. Darkness was complete, embracing, and conducive to natural sleep. Inside, embers glowed faintly, candles flickered softly, and warmth radiated gently. Breath slowed, muscles relaxed, minds softened. Sleep arrived naturally, guided by fire, warmth, darkness, and the subtle, immersive sounds of wind, snow, and distant animals. Winter storms arrived softly and persistently. Snow fell in steady sheets, wind shifted branches and drifts, rivers murmured beneath ice. Fires were tended continuously. Food and water were carefully managed. Movement outside was slow, cautious, deliberate. Every sound, the settling of snow, creaking wood, crackling fire, became part of the steady, immersive rhythm of life. Life without electricity in deep winter followed a slow, deliberate, and immersive pattern. Days were filled with patient labor, tending of animals, and mindful indoor work. Nights were long, restorative, and full of subtle, calming natural sounds. Every movement and moment was aligned with light, temperature, and the quiet pulse of winter. Patience, presence, and gentle awareness were nurtured naturally, steadily, and deeply. As night deepened fully, snow rested on rooftops, roads, and fields. Fires glowed faintly, candles flickered low, shadows merged with darkness. Villages were still beneath starry skies. Inside homes, people slept peacefully, breathing in rhythm with the quiet world outside. Life moved patiently, calmly, and harmoniously, carrying everyone through long winter nights with warmth, stillness, and immersive calm. As winter lingered, the first subtle signs of thaw began to appear. The sun rose slightly higher in the pale sky, casting warmer light on snow-covered rooftops and fields. Ice softened along river edges, and faint trickles of water whispered beneath snowdrifts. Villages remained quiet and still, yet life moved with gentle anticipation of the coming change. Mornings were soft and calm. Sunlight filtered slowly through frosted windows, spreading pale warmth across rooms. Fires were coaxed gently, embers glowing faintly before logs were added. Heat spread gradually, filling spaces and lifting the chill. Every motion, stirring the embers, preparing water, arranging breakfast, was deliberate, unhurried, and attentive. The household moved gently, grounded in the rhythm of the cold, quiet world outside. Breakfast was slow and steady. Warm porridge, dried fruits, roasted nuts, or preserved meats provided energy for the long, cold day. Water or milk was poured carefully into cups, heated gently over fire. Each motion was deliberate and mindful. Eating became a grounding ritual, connecting body, mind, and household to the rhythm of the day, the warmth of the fire, and the muted quiet of winter. Outside, life was slowed and deliberate. Snow muffled sound, softening footsteps and movement. Paths were slick, each step careful. Animals were tended patiently. Chickens remained in coops. Cows and goats moved slowly to sheltered areas, and horses and oxen completed work with deliberate care. Children observed quietly, learning the rhythm of work, the attention required by animals, and the slow pace demanded by winter. Daily chores continued in careful rhythm. Firewood was chopped and stacked. Wells and troughs were checked and cleared of ice. Food was preserved and organized for long winter weeks. Small indoor tasks, mending clothing, sharpening tools, sorting grains, preparing dried foods, were performed slowly and deliberately. Every motion, every breath became part of the steady, immersive flow of life in winter. Afternoons were brief and cool. Sunlight moved softly across rooftops, snow and frozen fields, stretching long shadows. Fires glowed steadily in homes. Quiet work continued, indoor chores, mending, preparing meals, organizing supplies. Reflection or soft conversation filled rooms. Every task was performed slowly, attentively, and in harmony with the dim light and quiet pulse of winter. Evenings arrived gently. Fires glowed warmly, spreading light and comfort throughout the home. Meals were prepared carefully and eaten slowly. Families gathered near the hearth. Tasks were completed with attention and care. Candles and oil lamps extended gentle illumination into corners, shadows flickering softly on walls, merging with the glow of embers. Outside, snow-covered streets and fields were still and silent, muffled under the deep winter blanket. Night in deep winter was immersive, quiet, and protective. Stars stretched steadily across the sky. The moon cast silver light on rooftops, snow, and frozen rivers. Darkness was complete, embracing, and conducive to natural sleep. Inside, embers glowed faintly, candles flickered softly, and warmth radiated gently. Breath slowed, muscles relaxed, minds softened. Sleep arrived naturally, guided by fire, warmth, darkness, and the subtle, immersive sounds of wind, snow, and distant animals. Occasional late winter
Storms still arrived softly. Snow and slush fell gently, wind shifted branches, and rivers murmured under ice. Fires were tended continuously. Food and water were managed carefully. Movement outside remained slow and deliberate. Every sound, the settling snow, faint crackle of fire, distant river, became part of the quiet, steady rhythm of life in the waning months of winter. Life without electricity in the final stretch of winter was deliberate, immersive, and slow. Days were filled with patient work, attentive care for animals and home, and quiet indoor activity. Nights were long, restorative, and full of subtle, calming natural sounds. Every moment aligned with light, temperature, and the rhythm of the season, cultivating presence, patience, and gentle awareness. As night deepened, snow softened on rooftops and fields. Fires glowed faintly, candles flickered low. Shadows merged fully with darkness. Villages rested under clear skies. Inside homes, people slept quietly, breathing in slow rhythm with the world outside. Life moved patiently, calmly, and harmoniously, preparing slowly for the quiet arrival of spring
and the steady return of longer days. The first hints of spring began to appear slowly across the land. Snow softened, edges of rivers and streams thawed, and small patches of brown earth emerged beneath lingering snowdrifts. The air carried a faint warmth and a subtle scent of wet soil, melting frost, and fresh growth. Villages remained quiet and still, yet life moved with gentle awareness of change, anticipation, and careful attention to the emerging season. Mornings became slightly warmer. Sunlight rose higher, casting soft, golden light across rooftops, fields, and bare trees. Inside homes, fires were tended more gently, embers coaxed into warmth, but the chill required less insistence than in the depths of winter. Every motion, preparing water, stirring breakfast, arranging wood for the fire, was deliberate, slow, and attentive. The household began its day in quiet rhythm with the slow awakening of the world outside. Breakfast remained a comforting ritual. Warm porridge, grains, dried fruits, and preserved foods provided steady nourishment. Water or milk, gently heated over fire, was poured carefully. Each movement, stirring, lifting, sipping, was deliberate. Eating became a grounding activity, linking body, mind, and household to the gentle pulse of emerging spring. Outside, the snow softened further. Small rivulets of water trickled along paths and into fields. Animals moved slowly, adjusting to the softer ground and new patches of thawed earth. Chickens pecked cautiously at the first signs of green beneath snow. Cows, goats, and horses grazed slowly on exposed grass. Children observed quietly, learning to move gently with animals and the changing landscape. Daily chores shifted subtly with the season. Firewood was still needed, but less intensively than in winter. Water flowed more freely as ice melted. Food preservation continued, though thoughts turned toward early planting and gardening. Indoor tasks, mending clothing, preparing stored grains and vegetables, sharpening tools, were performed slowly, deliberately, with full awareness. Each action became part of the steady rhythm of household life, synchronized with the emerging light and warmth of spring. Afternoons grew gradually longer. Sunlight touched fields, rooftops, and softening snow in gentle, warm patterns. Shadows shortened and softened. Fires glowed steadily indoors, offering warmth and calm. Quiet work, tidying, preparing for planting, reflection, or soft conversation continued at a measured, mindful pace. Every task was performed slowly, deliberately, and attuned to light, temperature, and the subtle shifts in the world outside. Evenings arrived gently. Fires glowed warmly, filling rooms with light and comfort. Meals were prepared carefully and eaten slowly. Families gathered near the hearth. Tasks were completed with patience. Conversation remained soft, and shadows flickered gently across walls. Outside, snow melted further. Streams murmured quietly, and the village settled into calm, immersive stillness. Night in early spring was peaceful and gentle. Stars glimmered steadily across clear skies. The moon cast soft silver light across rooftops, streams, and thawing fields. Darkness was complete, protective and calming. Inside homes, embers glowed faintly. Candles flickered softly. Breath slowed. Muscles relaxed. Minds softened. Sleep arrived naturally, guided by warmth, darkness, and the subtle, immersive sounds of wind, water, and distant animals. Spring storms moved in gradually, softly washing through fields and villages. Rain fell gently, rivers rose slowly, and winds shifted trees and rooftops. Fires were tended carefully. Food and water were managed deliberately. Every motion, preparing water, stirring breakfast, arranging wood for the fire, was deliberate, slow, and attentive. The household began its day in quiet rhythm with the slow awakening of the world outside. Life without electricity in early spring followed a slow, patient, and immersive rhythm. Days were filled with careful labor, tending of animals, preparation for planting, and quiet household tasks. Nights were long enough for rest, restorative, and filled with subtle natural sounds. Each moment aligned with light, temperature, and the pulse of nature, cultivating presence, patience, and gentle awareness. As night deepened, snow remained in patches, water flowed quietly in thawed streams, and early green began to appear in gardens and fields. Fires glowed faintly, candles flickered low, shadows merged with darkness. Villages rested beneath the starry sky. Inside homes, people slept peacefully, breathing in slow rhythm with the world outside. Life moved patiently, calmly, and harmoniously, preparing slowly for the full unfolding of spring and the steady rhythm of days returning warmth, light, and growth.
Early spring arrived fully, unfolding slowly over villages, fields, and forests. Snow lingered only in quiet patches, melting steadily beneath the soft warmth of sunlight. Streams carried gentle murmurs of thawed water, and the earth released the faint, damp scent of soil ready for planting. The air was cool, carrying hints of life returning to the land. Villages remained calm, moving with measured care, guided by light, temperature, and the steady rhythm of early spring. Mornings became brighter and slightly warmer. Sunlight filtered through bare branches, stretching golden patterns across rooftops and thawed fields. Fires inside homes were tended with care, but the chill required only gentle attention. Embers glowed faintly before logs were added, spreading warmth gradually through rooms. Every motion, preparing water, stirring porridge, arranging breakfast, tending animals, was slow, deliberate, and mindful. The household awoke in quiet harmony with the subtle changes outside. Breakfast was a calm, grounding ritual. Warm porridge, grains, early preserved vegetables, or dried fruits were prepared carefully over fire. Water or milk, heated gently, was poured slowly into cups. Each motion, stirring, lifting, sipping, was deliberate. Eating became a gentle connection between body, mind, and the rhythm of the emerging season, grounding all to the pulse of light and warmth. Outside, the world shifted slowly. Snow softened further, revealing the first hints of green beneath. Streams and rivers murmured quietly, carrying the thaw from higher ground. Animals adjusted to softer earth. Chickens pecked at exposed soil and tiny shoots. Cows and goats grazed carefully on early growth. Horses and oxen moved deliberately across softened ground, carrying out steady work. Children observed and learned the slow, patient rhythm of tending animals and moving carefully through thawing landscapes. Daily chores blended indoor and outdoor tasks. Firewood was still gathered and stacked, though less urgently than in winter. Water flowed more easily from thawed sources. Food continued to be preserved and organized. Early spring planting began. Small seeds were sown carefully in thawed soil. Indoor work included mending clothes, preparing seeds, maintaining tools, and organizing supplies. Every action was deliberate, attuned to the soft changes in daylight, temperature, and the world outside. Afternoons were calm and bright.
Sunlight stretched across fields and rooftops, warming the earth and softening shadows. Fires glowed steadily indoors, offering comfort and warmth. Quiet work continued, preparing early gardens, tending animals, reflection or soft conversation. Every task was performed slowly, mindfully, and with awareness of the shifting season and the rhythm of household life. Evenings arrived gradually. Fires glowed steadily, spreading warmth through rooms. Meals were prepared carefully and eaten slowly. Families gathered near the hearth. Tasks were completed with patient attention. Candles or oil lamps extended gentle light into corners, their flickering shadows merging with the steady glow of fire. Outside, streams flowed quietly, snow patches melted, and the village became still and calm. Night in early spring was gentle, immersive, and protective. Stars gleamed softly across clear skies. The moon cast silver light on thawing fields, flowing streams, and quiet rooftops. Darkness was complete, soft, and calming. Inside, embers glowed faintly, candles flickered low, breath slowed, muscles relaxed, minds softened. Sleep arrived naturally, guided by warmth, darkness, and the subtle, immersive sounds of flowing water, distant animals, and gentle wind. Occasional spring rains arrived quietly. Water fell in soft sheets, rivers rose gradually, and winds shifted branches and rooftops. Fires were tended carefully. Food and water were managed deliberately. Movement outside was slow and attentive. Every sound, the trickle of thawing snow, soft patter of rain, or distant river, blended into the steady rhythm of life. Life without electricity in early spring followed a slow, immersive, and deliberate pattern. Days were filled with careful work, tending animals, preparing early gardens, and gentle indoor tasks. Nights were restorative and filled with subtle natural sounds. Every moment aligned with light, temperature, and the slow unfolding of the season, cultivating presence, patience, and quiet awareness. As night deepened, snow remained only in small patches. Streams flowed steadily, and early green appeared across gardens and fields. Fires glowed faintly, candles flickered softly. Shadows merged completely with darkness. Villages rested beneath clear, starry skies. Inside homes, people slept peacefully, breathing slowly in rhythm with the quiet world outside. Life moved patiently, calmly, and harmoniously, carrying everyone through the transition from winter to spring with warmth, stillness, and immersive calm.
Spring deepened slowly, unfurling over villages, fields, and forests. Snow was nearly gone, leaving soft, damp earth ready for planting. Streams and rivers flowed steadily, carrying the melted winter, whispering quietly through the countryside. The air was cool yet gentle, scented faintly with wet soil, budding plants, and the subtle freshness of life returning. Villages moved at a slow, deliberate pace, guided by daylight, warmth, and the steady rhythm of the season. Mornings were calm and luminous. Sunlight rose higher, spilling across rooftops, thawed fields, and soft, bare branches. Fires inside homes were tended with gentle care, spreading warmth gradually. Embers glowed faintly before logs were added. Every motion, preparing water, stirring porridge, arranging breakfast, tending animals, was deliberate, slow, and mindful. The household awoke in quiet harmony with the gradual unfolding of spring outside. Breakfast remained deliberate and comforting. Warm porridge, grains, early preserved vegetables, dried fruits, or soft bread provided energy for the day. Water or milk was poured slowly into cups, gently heated over fire. Each motion,
Stirring, lifting, sipping was mindful. Eating was a grounding ritual, linking body, mind, and household to the rhythm of the emerging season, the warmth of the fire, and the soft, lengthening light of early spring. Outside, the earth slowly softened. Fields and gardens released the faint scent of damp soil. Early shoots of green appeared where snow had melted. Chickens pecked carefully at the softened ground. Cows, goats, and horses grazed slowly on patches of early grass. Children observed and followed quietly, learning to move gently, respecting animals and the delicate emerging landscape. Daily chores shifted gently with the season. Firewood was still stacked and tended, though less urgently than in winter. Water flowed freely from thawed wells and streams. Food continued to be prepared and preserved for the coming weeks. Early planting began carefully. Small seeds were sown into softened earth. Indoor tasks, mending clothes, maintaining tools, organizing seeds, preparing early foods, were done slowly and deliberately. Every movement was attentive, every breath blended into the calm, immersive rhythm of household life. Afternoons grew longer and brighter. Sunlight stretched across fields, gardens, and rooftops, warming soil and softening shadows. Fires glowed steadily indoors, offering warmth and gentle comfort. Quiet work continued, preparing gardens, tending animals, mending or organizing household supplies. Conversation was soft, reflective, and subdued. Every task was performed slowly, deliberately, and in tune with the subtle shifts of daylight, temperature, and the awakening world outside. Evenings arrived gradually. Fires glowed steadily, spreading warmth and light through rooms. Meals were prepared carefully and eaten slowly. Families gathered near the hearth. Tasks were completed with patience. Candles or oil lamps cast soft, flickering illumination across corners, merging with the warm glow of embers. Outside, streams murmured quietly. Early green appeared in gardens, and villages became still and calm. Night in early spring was gentle, immersive, and protective. Stars glimmered softly across clear skies. The moon cast silver light on thawing fields, flowing streams, and quiet rooftops. Darkness was complete, soft, and calming. Inside, embers glowed faintly, candles flickered low, and warmth radiated slowly. Breath slowed, muscles relaxed, minds softened. Sleep arrived naturally, guided by warmth, darkness, and the immersive, subtle sounds of water, wind, early birds, and distant animals. Occasional spring rains fell softly, washing over fields and villages. Water trickled into streams, rivers rose gently, and winds shifted trees and rooftops. Fires were tended steadily. Food and water were managed carefully. Movement outside was slow, deliberate, and attentive. Every sound, the trickle of streams, the soft patter of rain, the rustle of early leaves, became part of the immersive rhythm of life as spring slowly unfolded. Life without electricity in early spring followed a slow, immersive, and deliberate rhythm. Days were filled with careful work, tending animals, planting early gardens, and quiet household tasks. Nights were restorative, filled with gentle natural sounds and marked by calm awareness. Every moment aligned with light, temperature, and the pulse of the emerging season. Patience, presence, and gentle awareness were cultivated naturally, steadily, and deeply. As night deepened fully, snow had vanished, leaving soft, damp soil and early green shoots. Streams and rivers murmured quietly. Fires glowed faintly. Candles flickered softly. Shadows merged with darkness. Villages rested under clear, starry skies. Inside homes, people slept peacefully, breathing slowly in rhythm with the quiet world outside. Life moved patiently, calmly, and harmoniously, preparing slowly for the full warmth and growth of spring.
Spring advanced gently, revealing the first blooms and tender green shoots across fields and gardens. The earth released the faint, damp scent of soil, mingled with soft fragrances of early flowers. Streams and rivers flowed steadily, whispering through thawed fields, carrying the quiet pulse of the season. Birds returned slowly, their songs soft and measured, filling the mornings with calm, deliberate notes. Villages remained still, yet life moved with gentle, purposeful care, attuned to the subtle rhythms of nature. Mornings were calm and filled with soft light. Sunlight rose steadily, casting long, warm beams across rooftops, gardens, and open fields. Fires were tended with gentle care inside homes, embers glowing faintly before logs were added. Heat spread gradually, blending with the cool, damp air. Every motion, preparing water, arranging breakfast, tending animals, checking early gardens, was deliberate, slow, and mindful. The household moved gently, synchronized with the subtle awakening of spring outside. Breakfast was quiet, deliberate, and comforting. Warm porridge, grains, early vegetables, dried fruits, or soft bread provided steady nourishment. Water or milk was poured slowly into cups, gently heated over fire. Each motion, stirring, lifting, sipping, was mindful. Eating connected body, mind, and household to the rhythm of the day, the warmth of fire, and the subtle, immersive signs of early spring. Outside, the landscape transformed gradually. Early flowers, snowdrops, crocuses, and tiny wild blooms peeked from softening earth. Chickens and other fowl explored cautiously, pecking at the first green shoots. Cows and goats grazed slowly on patches of tender grass. Horses and oxen moved deliberately, carrying out steady work in softened fields. Children followed quietly, learning to observe, move gently, and respect the rhythms of emerging life. Daily chores blended preparation, planting, and attentive care. Firewood was tended, water drew easily from thawed wells and streams, and early gardens were planted carefully. Seeds were sown deliberately, spaced evenly, and covered with soft soil. Indoor tasks, mending clothing, maintaining tools, preparing stored foods, were performed slowly, with deliberate attention. Every movement, every breath was part of the steady, immersive rhythm of household life and the slow unfolding of spring. Afternoons stretched gently. Sunlight warmed fields, rooftops, and gardens. Shadows softened. Fires glowed steadily inside homes, offering calm warmth. Work continued quietly, tending animals, checking early garden growth, repairing tools, or organizing household supplies. Soft conversation or reflection filled rooms. Every task was performed with mindfulness, deliberation, and gentle awareness of light, temperature, and the emerging life outside. Evenings arrived gradually. Fires glowed steadily, spreading warmth and comfort. Meals were prepared with care, eaten slowly and deliberately. Families gathered near the hearth. Tasks were completed with patient attention. Candles or oil lamps extended gentle light into rooms, shadows flickering softly and merging with the glow of embers. Outside, gardens rested, streams flowed quietly, and birds had retreated for the night, leaving villages still and calm. Night in early spring was immersive, gentle, and protective. Stars shone steadily across clear skies. The moon cast silver light on rooftops,
gardens and flowing streams. Darkness was complete, soft and reassuring. Inside homes, embers glowed faintly, candles flickered low, and warmth radiated slowly. Breath slowed, muscles relaxed, minds softened. Sleep arrived naturally, guided by the warmth of fire, the calm darkness, and the subtle sounds of flowing water, distant animals, and gentle, measured wind. Spring rains fell occasionally, softly and deliberately. Water trickled over fields, streams rose gently, and winds shifted branches. Fires were tended steadily. Food and water were managed attentively. Movement outside remained careful and measured. Every sound, the gentle patter of rain, trickling streams, rustling leaves, merged into the immersive rhythm of life, echoing the slow, deliberate unfolding of spring. Life without electricity in early spring was slow, immersive, and deliberate. Days were filled with attentive labor, early planting, tending animals, and quiet indoor tasks. Nights were restorative, filled with gentle, natural sounds. Every movement and moment aligned with light, temperature, and the pulse of emerging life. Patience, presence, and gentle awareness were nurtured naturally, slowly, and deeply. As night deepened, early flowers rested in damp earth, streams murmured quietly, and tender green appeared across gardens and fields. Fires glowed faintly, candles flickered softly, shadows merged with darkness. Villages rested beneath clear, starry skies. Inside homes, people slept calmly, breathing in slow rhythm with the quiet world outside. Life moved patiently, steadily, and harmoniously, carrying all through early spring nights with warmth, stillness, and immersive calm.
Spring unfolded further, slowly, deliberately, over the quiet villages and fields. The days grew warmer, sunlight lingered longer across rooftops and gardens, and the first soft breezes stirred the air. Birds returned fully, singing gentle, measured songs, filling the mornings with calm notes. Early flowers opened their petals, releasing faint scents into the soft, damp air. Villages moved at a steady, deliberate pace, guided by daylight, warmth, and the rhythm of the slowly awakening earth. Mornings were gentle and luminous. Sunlight rose gradually, spreading golden light across roofs, fields, and gardens. Fires were tended softly, embers glowing faintly before logs were added. The warmth spread gradually through rooms, blending with the cool air that lingered from night. Every movement, preparing water, arranging breakfast, tending animals, checking early gardens, was deliberate, slow, and mindful. Households awoke in quiet harmony with the season outside. Breakfast was deliberate, calm, and comforting. Warm porridge, grains, early vegetables, dried fruits, and soft bread provided steady nourishment. Water or milk was poured slowly into cups, heated gently over fire. Each motion, stirring, lifting, sipping, was careful and attentive. Eating became a quiet ritual, connecting body, mind, and household to the rhythm of the emerging season and the steady pulse of early spring. Outside, life moved slowly but with purpose. The snow had disappeared entirely from most fields. Streams and rivers flowed steadily, carrying gentle murmurs of thawed water. Chickens explored cautiously, pecking at the first green shoots. Cows and goats grazed slowly on early grass. Horses and oxen moved deliberately, completing their work in softened fields. Children followed quietly, learning to move gently,
observing animals and respecting the subtle rhythms of spring. Daily chores continued, blending indoor and outdoor tasks. Firewood was still tended, though less urgently than in winter. Water flowed easily from thawed wells and streams. Early planting expanded steadily, with seeds sown carefully into softened soil. Indoor tasks, mending clothing, sharpening tools, preparing stored foods, and organizing seeds, were performed deliberately, with mindful attention. Every action, every breath, became part of the slow, immersive rhythm of life, in sync with the growing warmth and lengthening days. Afternoons were bright and calm. Sunlight stretched across gardens, fields, and rooftops, warming the soil and softening shadows. Fires glowed steadily inside homes, offering gentle warmth and comfort. Quiet work continued, tending animals, checking the progress of gardens, repairing tools, or organizing household supplies. Soft conversation or reflection filled rooms. Every task was performed slowly, attentively, and in harmony with daylight, temperature, and the emerging life outside. Evenings arrived gradually, with soft golden light fading into gentle dusk. Fires glowed steadily, spreading warmth throughout rooms. Meals were prepared with care and eaten slowly. Families gathered near the hearth, completing tasks patiently. Candles or oil lamps extended gentle illumination into rooms. Shadows flickered softly, merging with the warm glow of embers. Outside, birds retreated for the night, gardens rested, and streams murmured quietly. The village became still, immersive, and calm. Night in early spring was quiet, protective, and immersive. Stars shimmered gently across clear skies. The moon cast silver light over fields, gardens, and flowing streams. Darkness was complete, soothing, and calm. Inside, embers glowed faintly. Candles flickered low. Warmth radiated slowly. Breath slowed. Muscles relaxed. Minds softened. Sleep arrived naturally, guided by fire, darkness, and the subtle sounds of water, wind, and distant animals. Occasional spring rains arrived softly, washing through fields and villages. Water trickled into streams, rivers rose gradually, and winds shifted branches and rooftops. Fires were tended with care. Food and water were managed thoughtfully. Movement outside was slow, deliberate, and attentive. Every sound, the soft patter of rain, the murmur of streams, the rustle of leaves, blended into the immersive rhythm of life as spring slowly unfolded, deliberate and gentle. Life without electricity in early spring followed a steady, slow, and immersive pattern. Days were filled with careful labor, tending animals, planting early gardens, and quiet household work. Nights were restorative, filled with gentle natural sounds, and marked by calm, deliberate awareness. Each movement, each moment, aligned with light, temperature, and the pulse of the awakening season. Patience, presence, and gentle awareness were nurtured naturally, steadily, and deeply. As night deepened, early blooms rested in soft earth. Streams murmured quietly, and tender green spread across gardens and fields. Fires glowed faintly. Candles flickered softly. Shadows merged completely with darkness. Villages rested beneath clear, starry skies. Inside homes, people slept peacefully, breathing slowly in rhythm with the quiet, gently awakening world outside. Life moved patiently, calmly, and harmoniously, carrying all through early spring nights with warmth, stillness, and immersive calm.
As spring slowly gave way to the warmth of summer, life in the villages settled into a quiet, steady rhythm. Days grew longer, sunlight spread warmly across gardens, fields, and rooftops, and gentle breezes carried the scent of soft earth, blooming flowers, and growing crops. Streams and rivers murmured steadily, their sounds blending with the occasional bird song and the quiet movement of animals. Mornings were calm, luminous, and measured. Sunlight rose gradually, spilling warmth into homes. Fires were tended lightly, providing gentle heat rather than warding off cold. Breakfasts were simple, nourishing, and eaten slowly. Porridge, fresh eggs, early vegetables, bread and milk. Every motion, from stirring fire embers to preparing meals, was deliberate and mindful. The household moved in harmony with the soft, steady rhythms of the season. Outside, gardens flourished. Tender shoots grew steadily, petals opened softly, and crops took root in the sun-warmed soil. Animals moved deliberately, grazing, pecking, and following their natural rhythms. Children wandered gently through fields, observing, learning, and participating in the measured, attentive work of daily life. Every task, every step became part of the slow, immersive flow of the world around them. Afternoons were warm, calm, and soft. Shadows shifted gently under the steady sunlight. Fires glowed steadily indoors, offering comfort and light when needed. Tasks continued at a slow pace, tending animals, harvesting early produce, mending clothing, preparing food, and maintaining tools. Conversation was soft, reflective, and subdued. Every motion was deliberate, mindful, and connected to the rhythm of life unfolding outside. Evenings arrived gradually, with the golden light fading into calm dusk. Fires glowed steadily, spreading warmth. Families gathered near the hearth. Meals were prepared carefully and eaten slowly. Candles and oil lamps cast soft, flickering illumination, shadows merging with the glow of embers. Outside, streams murmured, fields rested, and the village grew still. Night was immersive, peaceful, and restorative. The nights of spring and early summer were quiet, gentle, and protective. Stars shimmered across the clear sky. The moon cast soft silver light over fields, streams, and rooftops. Darkness was complete, soothing, and calm. Inside homes, embers glowed faintly. Candles flickered softly, and warmth radiated gradually. Breath slowed, muscles relaxed, minds softened. Sleep came naturally, guided by warmth, darkness, and the subtle immersive sounds of wind, water, animals, and the gentle pulse of life outside. Life without electricity in these slow-moving, deliberate days followed a rhythm guided by light, temperature, seasons, and the quiet passage of time. Each day unfolded in patient labor, tending of animals, careful planting, household chores, and simple, mindful routines. Each night offered restorative calm, filled with gentle sounds, warmth, and darkness, allowing rest to arrive naturally. The world moved at its own steady pace. Villages rested beneath starry skies. Rivers murmured quietly. Gardens and fields grew steadily under the sun. Animals grazed, birds sang,
and households settled into measured routines. Days and nights continued, simple, quiet, and deliberate, carrying life forward gently, with presence, patience, and awareness guiding every motion. And so, without electricity, people lived fully, slowly, and harmoniously with the world around them. Life followed the subtle rhythms of light, seasons, and nature. Each breath, each task, and each night's sleep were embraced with calm, steady presence. The warmth of fires, the gentle glow of lamps, the soft sounds of animals, water, and wind, all carried the steady, immersive, and comforting pulse of life. Even as days lengthened and seasons continued to turn, the quiet, measured way of life persisted, soft, deliberate, immersive, and enduring. The world outside remained gentle, welcoming, and calm. Inside, households rested, minds softened, and bodies slept. The steady pulse of nature continued quietly, carrying life forward, slowly, naturally, and peacefully, night after night, day after day, without rush or urgency, in perfect, enduring harmony. And now, in this soft, quiet world of light, warmth, and presence, we simply rest, letting the steady rhythm of life drift gently on until sleep carries all into calm, restorative quiet. The history of life without electricity ends here, quietly, gently, and fully at peace.